evening. I think we're waiting on 2. Let's make sure that they're not. Okay, I think we're all set.
Okay, very good. Just getting more docs opened up here. And Mrs. Orr, just so everyone is aware for those watching on YouTube, if someone needed to access the link to the meeting, that is available on the website.
It's on the website. It's right there on the front page. It says Scranton School Board Meeting, and they can click on it, and the link is right there.
Okay, and that would work for anyone who had signed up to speak.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Call the March 1st, 2021 board meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please, Mrs. Orr.
Ms. Cruz?
Present.
Mrs. Dempsey? Ms. Fox?
Present.
Ms. Hume?
Present.
Mr. Malloy?
Present.
Mr. McAndrew?
Present.
Mrs. Welby?
Present.
Mrs. Yanni?
Present.
Ms. Martin?
Present.
8 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. Do we have any changes to the agenda? Anything that needs to be pulled from the consent agenda? And may I have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Make the motion.
Second? Did I hear a second for that? Row? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Communications to the board, Mrs. Orr?
Yes, executive sessions were held on February 8th, February 22nd, February 25th of 2021, and this evening to discuss personnel, negotiations, real estate, and litigation.
Thank you. Solicitors report, Attorney Audi?
I have no report this evening, Ms. President.
Thank you. Mrs. McTiernan, Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Director Gilmartin, and good evening, everyone. I'd first like to start off recognizing a few of our sports teams and our student athletes. First of all, Scranton High School boys basketball is playing for a league title at Abington Heights on Tuesday evening. The game is being televised by Fox and will also be streamed by Abington Heights School District. So good luck to our boys team. This is great news. With regards to PIAA district news, West Scranton High diver Victoria Watkins is now a 2-time district champion. Good luck this upcoming weekend at the State Diving Championships, and congratulations on being named the Scranton Times Athlete of the Week this week. With regards to West Scranton wrestling, we have district champs, which Cam Bucka and Austin Fashauer. West High Wrestling second place, Tyson Cook and MJ Turry. Cam Bucka, Austin Fashauer, and Tyson Cook have all qualified to move on to the PIAA Wrestling Super Regionals. Good luck to all of them. My next item that I'd like to report out on is the new SSD Lead in the Water Drinking Report. On Wednesday, February 24th, the district received the Lead in Drinking Water Report for our district. The Operations Department will be posting the report on our SSD webpage, and we'll be submitting the report information to PDE. Mr. Doherty will present the results of the report at the next work session, which will be held on Monday, March 29th. And my last item for today is regarding staffing. I will now ask Mr. John Castrovinci to join me at this time. Mr. Castrovinci, can you give the board an update on staffing challenges we currently face as we prepare for the return of in-person instruction?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Superintendent Mctiernan. Good evening, school board. So basically, the last several weeks, I've been collecting information from employees regarding the return to in-person instruction. To date, I have the following information to provide to you. 76 teachers have submitted medical documentation and either a request for workplace accommodations under the Americans with Disabilities Act or FMLA leave, Family and Medical Act leave. And it's all due to concerns for either their personal health and or the health of family members they reside with. So that's quite a big number for us to try to provide coverage for should all of those individuals need time off from work. That number does not include the daily absences which occur when we have in-person instruction. And even under the best of times, we're finding it very hard to fill the daily substitutes that we would need due to general teacher absences and illness, personal days and the like. So again, the concerns, one, not enough subs, as I mentioned. The second item we have concerns about are contractual obligations for our teachers. We do have class size limits, so if we would be down a certain number of staff, it's not always possible to, or feasible, or in the best interest of the children's education to put them all in one classroom. We also have certification issues. So it's, again, if we would move children from one class to another, we have to make sure our teachers are certified to provide instruction to children at the, whatever the level it would be if it's elementary, or in the subject area matter if it's a secondary classroom. And we also have, legal concerns with special education law regarding caseloads. So if we have special education teachers that can't report to work, it's not always easy to say, okay, well, these children are going to be taught by this teacher who is at work. And we sometimes can't do that, and oftentimes because of special ed case limits. So that's basically all I have. Mrs. Mctiernan.
Thank you, Mr. Castrovinci.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Director Gilmartin. That is all I have for tonight.
I apologize, I'm muted. Does anybody have any questions at this time? Okay, we will have our PSBA report in Director Dempsey's absence. Director Malloy.
Thank you, Madam President. 3 items to discuss here. The PSBA has learned that a voucher proposal is being drafted and could be introduced and run in the Senate Education Committee with little prior notice. The bill is called the Excellence in Education for All Act. While the language of the bill is not yet available, the co-sponsorship memo states that the key components of the bill include education opportunity accounts for the most vulnerable students, expansion of the existing EITC, OSTC tax credit scholarship programs, charter school reforms and innovations, equal access to the best public education regardless of zip code, protections for coronavirus, learning pods. As a quick note, voucher programs redirect taxpayer dollars from public schools to pay for private educational uses. Repackaged under different names, private school vouchers all function to undermine public education and publicly subsidize private education. For more information, you can visit the PSBA's website and under Advocacy and News, where you'll see a link under Issues for Vouchers. The second topic is the CDC released a new operational strategy for K through 12 schools, including guidance on operating schools during COVID and an overview of testing for COVID. The CDC has also released a new document which reviews the latest scientific evidence on COVID among children and adolescents in school settings and about virus transmission, as well as other key considerations. That document is the Science Brief, Transmission of SARS-CoV-2 in K through 12 schools, CoV-2, of course. SARS-CoV-2 is the strain of the coronavirus, which causes the COVID-19 disease. These documents are intended to complement the United States Department of Education's handbook on strategies for safely reopening elementary and secondary schools. This is the first volume in a new series intended to support the education community as schools reopen. And finally, on January 15th, the EPA published final regulatory revisions to the National Primary Drinking Water Regulation for lead and copper. The rule requires, for the first time, community water systems to conduct lead in drinking water testing in schools and child care facilities, and is effective March 16th. However, the White House issued a memo in January directing agency heads to freeze published regulations for 60 days to review questions of fact, law, and policy the rules may raise, and to consider opening a 30-day comment period. And that is it.
Thank you very much. I think Director Dempsey would be proud. Now we will have a summary of the draft GPI ventilation study presented by Arif Fazil of Dewey Engineering.
Good evening. This is Paul Doherty. If it's okay, I'll introduce Arif a little bit. Good evening, board members, and good evening, public. We recently got a draft copy of a ventilation report that the board and the district had engaged our engineering firm, Greenman Peterson, to complete district-wide. Well, we did get a draft of that just recently on February 22nd. And we also got an executive summary, a one-page summary of that report on February 25th. We did ask our new owner's representative firm, Dewey Engineering, if they would be willing to present the results of that this evening for the board members and for the public, and try to answer any questions that the board members may have. So I'm very pleased to introduce Arif Fazil and his team, Ethan Fick and Jim Hanna from Dewey Engineering. And Director Gil Martin, if it's okay, I'm going to share my screen. They do have a brief presentation.
Of course.
And Arif, if you'd please. Arif, we can't, there's no audio.
See if that works.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, sorry about that. Some technical difficulties. Good evening, board members, members of the public. Again, my name is Arif Fazil, and as Paul just indicated, last week we began evaluating, amongst all the other things we're doing, the draft GPI ventilation study. And the focus today is to kind of give you an overview of what the study contains, but more specifically, talk about how this study is going to help make sure that the district can occupy the buildings in a safe manner. And that's really the focus of why the study was done. Now, if you recall, the school board actually, I think, took a very conservative but appropriate action by making sure that this study was actually performed. One of the things that's very important under COVID currently is, of course, ventilation is an item that is highly recommended by many of the agencies, including CDC and Ashrae. So in light of that, I think it was a really good thing for the district to do. And the focus of the study was, of course, to see how the systems are operating and see what improvements can be made to support the guidelines and recommendations of the CDC. And that was the focus of the study. So if you go to the next slide, Paul, thank you. As you're aware, the district is in the early planning stages of a facilities improvement plan, and we are in a position of trying to guide you through that process. And we have just started that process. We began work in January, and here we are in February, and I can tell you a lot has been accomplished, but there is still a lot to do. The main focus of course, your facilities improvement plan is to make sure that the funds are used in a manner that directly impacts the priorities in the right order. So we're in the process of prioritizing, budgeting, and implementing then a capital improvement plan. So the challenge we have is we have really good facilities from a structural standpoint, from a space standpoint, and as I said to you last time I spoke, these facilities have tremendous civic presence, and you really have quality facilities that were put together. Unfortunately, the facilities are aging, and the systems and the infrastructure in most cases is at the end of its life cycle for many of the buildings. That's our initial reaction. Of course, we're going to prioritize and try to identify strategic ways to attack and improve the facilities. But that is our biggest challenge, is that many of these facilities are at the end of their life cycle in terms of the system components. Now, with that, on top of that, we've been challenged by COVID-19. And with COVID-19 has come all kinds of guidelines, recommendations, and mechanisms for making facilities and occupying facilities and continuing education. And I can tell you, every school district we work for and others that we don't are challenged by some of these guidelines. Because the guidelines are not just related to facilities, they're related to how you actually allow people in the building, wearing masks, all of the things that we've all sort of become accustomed to over the last 7 or 8 months. However, when it comes to facilities, there are some additional challenges that have been put on, including early on, cleaning was a very important one. And I can tell you, your facilities are very clean. Your staff keeps very, very clean facilities. Even though they're aging, they take cleaning and sanitizing very seriously. And that is one of the COVID-19 guidelines. In addition, there's social distancing. So you're going to have challenges with, of course, part-time and, splitting classes and all of the rest of those challenges that you are facing in trying to open up schools and teach. But one of the other things that is really important with COVID that everybody's pushing from a guideline standpoint is air quality, but in particular, fresh air, introduction of fresh outside air to introduce the possibility and reduce the transmission for COVID-19. So really, the focus of the GPI study was on ventilation. And that is an important part of opening your facilities and keeping them safe. And so GPI, I think, did a good job of going through focusing on exactly what the different HVAC systems are and their performance. So the reason the study is a draft currently is because in order to finalize it, you basically need to know what 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are. And those were recommendations that are in their study, and I'm going to walk you through them. So the number 1 recommendation is identify any areas where mechanical ventilation is not functioning as designed. That's important, as designed, or is not available. Now, the or not available I'll cover in a minute, but the first thing is to make sure our systems are working. And I can tell you the district has been doing that all along with multiple different consultants and including their mechanical maintenance advisor of Scranton Electric have been doing that all along. But since the study report information came out, there's been a second round of making sure that all of the systems are working. And we are in the process of doing that. We're being given information on a day-to-day basis as to any components that are not functioning. And unfortunately, in the number of systems we have and the age of the systems, no matter how often you test them, how often you operate them, there are always going to be components and pieces that are not functioning and that need repair. And they're being made instantly where possible, or parts are being ordered and the repairs will be made. But the focus there is to identify any areas where it's not functioning, and then the district will take the necessary steps to adjust for those areas. Number 2, I already covered. So as we're going through it, the goal is to perform repairs where feasible, and if not, identify any temporary measures until the repairs are implemented. So that is the plan, to go through each of the buildings and do that. Now, number 3 is one of the Ashrae recommendations, or guidelines, recommendations, whatever you want to call it. And basically what they're recommending is, where possible, implement MERV 13 filtration. Now, MERV 13 is just a filter system, and we'll explain that in a minute, that captures more particulates than a normal filter would. And so the idea is, put those in wherever possible. Now, some of the systems won't be able to put it in, so that's why we're doing 1, 2, and 3 together, to see where we can put it in. We'll put it in. Where we can't, we have to come up with another option. But what is that other option? There's also consideration being given to integrating bipolar ionization, which is essentially an air purifier system. It introduces ions where MERV 13 is not feasible. So we're looking at that. Now, the report originally told us to consider temporary units, but the team, in their wisdom and making sure we get the best value, is looking at where we can incorporate it more on a long-term basis, integrating it into the HVAC system, as opposed to portable units that would be more difficult to manage and wouldn't be a long-term solution. So again, we're looking at where that would be, and I'll show you a summary of that in a minute. After the above is complete, we're not done then. We want to make sure we do some measurement and verification to, number 1, make sure the systems are working, but also to get a baseline of how they're working, how these mechanical systems work. So if you go to the next slide, these are the specific Ashrae and CDC guidelines in a summary format in terms of what it says with regard to ventilation, HVAC systems in specific. The first one is inspection and maintenance. So as you can see, the GPI report's doing that, and it says, consider assessing the condition of HVAC systems and make necessary repairs. And we're doing that with number 1 and 2. We're in the process of doing it, and we're going to be getting information on a regular basis. The focus is the elementary schools first, and then the intermediate schools. The next thing it says there is ventilation. Provide a good supply of outside air. Okay, so if the systems are working and they have outside air, we've got a check mark. Recommend 2-hour pre and post occupancy air purging of buildings each day. The plan is to do that once the systems have been checked, and to do that before and after school each day. And before we occupy, it says consider a 24-hour pre-purge of buildings prior to occupancy. So that is, again, a strategy that will be implemented. And then you can see the third bullet down, which says filtration. It says for recirculated, now remember that, recirculated air systems, because when I show you the summary, I will tell you that although your buildings are aging, there are some benefits that are specific to COVID-19. So we get a good check mark for that. So remember this, for recirculated air systems, recommend use of MERV 13 filters where system performance is not adversely impacted, okay? So we can do that where we can, but the reason it says we're not adversely impacted is because sometimes if you put too big a filter system, you affect the airflow and the outside air, which would be contrary to what you're trying to do. So you need to be careful with that. And then air cleaning, it says where filters are not feasible, and not just any filters, of course, MERV 13, in recirculated air again, recirculated, recommend supplementing spaces, okay, with cleaners such as UV and technology-specific equipment. The one that's been recommended by GPI, and we've been seeing that more and more in a lot of schools where they can and they're trying to put these in, is more of a bipolar ionization type technology, which is more of a permanent system, which creates ions into the air stream and help improve the air quality for the room. CDC, what does CDC do? It says, well, Ashrae, they're the guys that know about HVAC, so follow Ashrae guidance. And then they throw in increase circulation of outdoor air as much as possible, including opening of windows when conditions permit. Okay. Again, the windows is not a regular thing that you can do, so they've noted that. So those are the guidances and the guidelines that the health agencies. I did something. You click something. You click something. Yeah. Again, you click something. You just click something. Thank you. Sorry about that feedback. All right. So the next slide, if you go to. Just a quick overview of MERV 13 and bipolar ionization. So MERV 13, MERV is just the way you measure the efficiency of filter. It's a filter rating system. The higher the MERV rating, the better the filter is at trapping specific types of particles. It's recommended when HVAC systems recirculate air. Again, higher MERV ratings also create additional resistance, which can affect the HVAC flow, which we don't want to do. And again, it notes that not all systems may be able to handle that. So filters, I'm sure you've all had filters at your house. You can see a picture on the right. MERV 13s are a little more expensive, a little more robust. Remember the term robust? We want more robust stuff at Scranton School District. So technology-specific equipment, the bipolar ionization, you see one of those units there. It basically plugs in, it connects with the fan, and when the fan operates, the unit works, and it's basically very quiet, it's unobtrusive, and essentially it adds ions to the air, which provide added benefits, of course, for COVID mitigation, as well as mold spores, pollen, bacteria, and odors. So it is a permanent air quality improvement to your system. So that's kind of a quick overview. Now, let's focus on your building specifically. So again, we took the GPI report and tried to put a summary together, this draft report on what we're trying to do. Across the left side, you see all of your schools, and you see when they were built and when they were renovated. And unfortunately, we see some really old dates for many of the buildings. And so as a result, we have many old systems in some of the buildings, which is the challenge that we face. So you can see the recommendations. The first recommendation column, it says right there, maintain HVAC system functionality and cleanliness. So the cleanliness is always being done there. Very impressive. The HVAC system functionality, as I said, is constantly being checked and being checked again, currently by Scranton Electric. And whatever they can fix, they're fixing. Whatever they can't fix, it's being brought to attention. And we're coming up with either a temporary or a permanent plan to fix it out. The next column says perform systems flush out. I already explained that, and we will do that as the systems come online. Open operable windows is still a recommendation because it is a recommendation and guideline. So it is there. You can do some window opening. And then the next column, you see upgrade filters. And the one after that says add portable air purifiers. So I just want to focus on those two for a minute. If you recall, I told you that although the report recommendation draft is for adding portable air purifiers, even with that, we've already discussed with GPI, and they agree that if we can integrate permanent, for about the same cost, in some cases, maybe even less cost, it's the right solution to take. So again, that's one of the other reasons that it's a draft. So let me just focus a little bit on the filters and portable air purifiers. So we're dealing with this challenge, and most school districts and building owners are dealing with this on a regular basis. What do you do with the filters and portable air purifiers? So the best example I can give you is, let's focus on one of your buildings. Isaac Tripp Elementary School. It's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from the bottom. Isaac Tripp Elementary School. I was in it. constructed in 2011. Very well kept building, one of your newer complete buildings, right? That's your newest building probably. It has a air handling system in it consisting of air handling equipment with ductwork serving each room and a control system that manages that. A very good system. Ducted, quiet, serves it well, it's functioning well. It does not have MERV 13 filters in it. It does not have bipolar ionization in it. It was not required, it's not designed for it. We have buildings that are just constructed 1-2 years ago. They do not have MERV 13 filters in it. They do not have bipolar ionization in it. These are recommendations and guidelines. Does that mean Isaac Tripp cannot operate without those additional recommendations? My answer to you is you need to answer that question, but ultimately they're recommendations and guidelines. The building functions, it brings in outside air. If you follow other guidelines, you should probably be able to occupy the building. Should we consider upgrading the filters? Absolutely. We need to work on that. We need to work on putting the MERV 13 filters in. And if you look at Isaac Tripp, if we do that, we've met all of the guidelines, and Isaac Tripp has no other concerns to address. So we got one building off the list as soon as we put MERV 13 filters in. So that's one example I wanted to give you. Another one would be to go to West Scranton Intermediate School. The intermediate schools have some challenges, but West Scranton does not so much in terms of the HVAC system from a ventilation standpoint. Again, it has air handling units. There's 15 of them. You see that there? It's 1, 2, the third school from the top, right under intermediate schools. If we get the MERV 13s in, we've met all the guidelines. West Scranton Intermediate Schools meets the guidelines. You keep it clean, you do the flush outs, etc. We're good to go, right? Again, can we occupy the building before we put the MERV 13s? Probably. We've been using it. It's fine. It's got outside air. You can do it. All right. So those are two good examples. Now let's focus on a couple of other examples here. Let's look a little bit at one that's fairly simple. Francis Willard Elementary School. It's the bottom elementary school right above the miscellaneous buildings, okay? It's a 1960 reno, built in 1928. So clearly not current systems. However, under upgrade filters, it says NA. Under add portable air purifiers, it says NA. Why does it say NA? Because remember, I told you the guidelines talk about filters and bipolar ionization or purifiers where we recirculate air. Francis Willard Elementary School has an outside air system where you bring in outside air and it just goes out. It's exhausted out. It never recirculates. Very energy efficient, not today's standards, but maybe a very good solution under the COVID situation. So Francis Willard does not need much. We don't need to do much as long as we get the systems working properly, which is a constant battle because it's an old system, right? And tell the guy not to run the thing, please. So that's an easier solution than most. Now, if you look, the reason I wanted to use that as an example, there's a yellow there, and there's a column that says schools with no mechanical ventilation. Well, at Francis Willard Elementary School, the nurse's office somehow, however that was created or wherever it's located, I actually have floor plans. I don't want to get into the details here, but that area does not have mechanical ventilation. So what does that mean? That means we either temporarily have to do some things at the nurse's office, maybe permanently do some things, or just be strategic in how the nurse's office might be used and what we do there. That's all it says. It doesn't mean, we can't get ventilation, but what the report is telling us is we need to look at that as a district and figure out how we're going to manage that one space at Francis Willard Elementary School because that ventilation system does not connect to that area. Okay? So with that said, what I'd like to do then is just look at a couple other buildings. For example, if we go back to the intermediate schools and get those off the list, we have South Scranton Intermediate School. South Scranton Intermediate School, again, 1937, right? Old systems. But under upgrade filters and portable air purifiers, once again, we have NA because it's got a similar ventilation system, a very old-fashioned, mechanical chases where you bring outside air in through these huge chases and dump it into the rooms. And when the air comes in, it's heated, and then it's basically just exhausted and taken out. So you can't filter anything. So again, from a COVID standpoint, a good solution. We just got to make sure that system is working. And then if you look right under it, we have Northeast Scranton IS. I know everybody's familiar. Northeast Scranton had a lot of challenges from an asbestos and air quality issue most recently. And that says in progress. Why is it in progress? Because we've been working with the team. That was one of our first assignments, to get that out to bid, to clean up some of those chases, and to put in a system that would bring in outside air. And that project is in final design and going out to bid. And this was a challenge that we were given from day one by Dr. Finan, reminding us of the urgency of making sure that building was ready for September, for end of August, September school. So that is in progress. So we knew about that one, and that's under progress. It's under design by GPI, and we've helped put the bid package together, and we'll be getting bids for both some environmental remediation as well as some mechanical work. I shouldn't say some pretty expensive stuff, all right, to get that system up and running. So that's Northeast Scranton IS. Now, so I can keep going like that, but the only other thing I wanted to do is point out there are some yellows there. And the yellows, again, the district is aware of, and they're working diligently. The superintendent, Missy's been taking this very seriously every day and asking questions about it. And Paul, and they're trying to figure out the yellow areas. How do we manage those until such time as we can put either a mechanical system in permanently or temporarily, or just manage that space without it? So those are the areas that we're focused in on. And if you look at Scranton High School, there's some locker rooms and a vice principal's office. If you go to John Adams, there's a cafeteria and library. Again, that's a difficult one. How do we address that? There's a computer classroom and an art classroom and a teacher's lounge in the basement. So those are spaces that we're working on right now to figure out how do we manage those. George Bancroft Elementary School, that's got some other challenges. I'll leave that one alone for now, but that's got some specific spaces that never even had, again, a mechanical ventilation in it. And then Robert Morris, there's a few places there, a few places at William Prescott, and a few spaces at Charles Sumner. And I already pointed out Francis Willard. And then we have two buildings, the whole building, essentially the Whittier Annex and the administration building. They have no mechanical ventilation designed into the building from the get-go. So there's no mechanical ventilation for the entire building. Mechanical ventilation, okay? So a couple of things you should remember here. I gave you the example of Isaac Tripp. All schools, all buildings, even new ones, are still being faced with the challenge of how do we get MERV 13? Do we integrate additional portable air purifiers? Do we not? What do we do to try to get as close to the recommendations and guidelines as possible wherever we can? And like I said, there's a lot of different components that go into it. So hopefully that gives you a little picture of your buildings and how the draft report is helping guide the district through a process of just making sure that, we can make the buildings, the ventilation systems, as operable as possible, and try to get to those guidelines and recommendations as close as we can. So hopefully that kind of frames out what the purpose of the report is, and I think where we're going with the report as a team. I know I've spoken here for the last 20 minutes or so, but I can tell you this has been a complete team effort. I can tell you that your administrative team has been on this all the time. GPI has been on this on a regular basis. Scranton Electric has been a great partner, and they've been on this on a regular basis. And so Chicardi, who's your environmental consultant, has been involved, and we've been having regular meetings with him as well. So everybody's been really focused on this. The issue is really the new guidelines and just making sure our older systems are functioning. And that's really the summary of the report. Paul, I think at this point I'll turn it back to you, or just sit tight and wait for questions.
Sure. Thank you very much, Arif. I mean, you always present things in such a manner that it makes it very understandable for everyone to understand. But thank you so much. And I just would like to also thank our other partners. And really, we've had so many third parties go through our buildings, representatives from Dewey, from GPI, from Chicardi, from Scranton Electric. I mean, they've been in our buildings constantly, not just doing walkthroughs, but actually assessing things and making sure that, our systems are as safe as they could be. Since our last board meeting, I mean, we've had Scranton Electric in our buildings just about every single day, multiple buildings almost every day, making sure that our systems are functional. Because Arif said something that's very true. The age of our systems, I mean, unfortunately, they break frequently, and there's mechanical failures, and we're constantly, repairing where we can repair. But thanks again, Arif. If anybody has any questions for Arif or his team, I'm sure he'd be happy to answer them for you.
Arif, thank you so much for this. It was a really comprehensive overview of where we stand. And as Paul said, and you made the point so well, this has been ongoing work. Understandably, people are very frustrated by the timing here, but this report was one piece of a big puzzle of ongoing work across the district. So thank you for clarifying that for us. As you were talking, though, something did occur to me when you're talking about layered mitigation efforts and how these are simply guidelines and recommendations, not mandates or requirements. Would it be accurate to say that this ventilation work, although it is important now, and especially the filtration and the bipolar ionization, will that become even more important as we start to step back from other mitigation efforts? And while those, I guess what I'm trying to say is, as those other mitigation efforts are in place, the masking, the social distancing, the additional sanitization, does that even this out a little bit?
That's a really good question. And I don't know that there's a good answer to that, because as you're well aware, I know, the best example I can use is just our office. I know initially it was clean, sanitize. I mean, we were wiping down copiers every time someone used a copier, wiping down door handles. We had cleaners in here. And then over time, it's been, the cleaning is not the biggest issue. It's more in the airstream. And, I think masks have to be worn. There was a time where people were like, do you wear masks? Don't you? And then it came around, you have to wear masks. And so there's just these changing things. So I don't think one particular thing will, solve or offset the other. I don't think that's possible. I think that's the problem, is we have all of these practices. The ventilation is one component. And that's why I think they're even saying, outside air is important. I think everybody, I don't think anyone will argue with that. But again, even with outside air, we know we've got to get the right type of outside air. We start bringing humid, high humidity outside air, we've got other problems we create, right? So I think you have systems that do well with outside air. Some of your older systems are actually probably producing more outside air. That's why that measurement and verification will be important. Might be producing more outside air than a current brand new building might under the current codes. So you might actually be bringing in more outside air. Now, you're bringing in more outside air. If it's all fresh air, you don't need to filter it. Where we're recirculating, they're saying, okay, try to get MERV 13 in. If you can't get MERV 13, maybe consider something else. Again, it's just, I think, additional belts and suspenders and just being more cautious. But I don't think I could tell you that one or two things will offset the other. And that's why it's a really difficult decision. It's not one where I can point to some engineering calculation and say, if you do this, you're fine. If you don't do that, you're not fine. It doesn't work that way. I think we have to just be practical. And the best example I can give you is we have schools that are 2 years, 1 year old HVAC systems. They didn't have MERV 13. They didn't have bipolar ionization. They are using the buildings. They bring in fresh air, the systems work, and they're using the buildings with all of the other parameters in place. Are they trying to put MERV 13s in and bipolar ionization? I think the answer is yes. Everybody will do more where they can, but I don't think you have to go do everything right away as long as you're taking the right steps.
Thank you.
I have a question. For the guidelines for the MERV 13 and the air purifiers, what was the date that the guidelines recommended that?
So the guidelines are constantly changing, and to be honest with you, I don't want to misquote a date because I think the summary we put together might have been from different, there's different committees that Ashrae set up, and they're producing different information at different dates. So I don't think it would be fair for me to give you one date where all of these came from. But if that's important, I can find the references and send them to Paul, and he can forward them to you. But I can't give you a specific date today for any one particular one.
Oh, would you know by any chance when they suggested to use the MERV 13 or the air purifiers?
I don't know the date off the top of my head. No, I don't. I'm sorry.
And the only reason I'm asking is I'm just wondering if they were before our February 9th meeting, if these recommendations were in place or not.
You know what? I don't know the answer to that, but I know with the higher filtration, something Arif said during his presentation is something that Harold and I had been discussing, at length was, he has serious concerns about whether our systems had the capability to even handle that level of filtration. And that's why this study was so necessary, to make that determination. Because, I'll take for instance, if we try to put a MERV 13 filter in a univent at a school, like it wouldn't work.
Right.
So I think that's why the study was, so very important to get.
Yeah, and that kind of leads me to my next question. That's why I was asking this, and maybe Missy or Superintendent Mctiernan can answer this, or maybe you, Mr. Doherty. We had the meeting on February 9th. We knew this report was out there. Were we proactive, reaching out to GPI saying, hey, we have this big meeting about discussing going back to school? Were we proactive asking where this report is, or can we get some update on it or get some information because of the vote was coming and the discussion was coming?
Well, I can only tell you that Mr. Doherty announced, I can't tell you the amount of times that the report was coming. As far as being proactive, I mean, Mr. Doherty, you have a lot more conversations with GPI than I do. And I know that you were meeting, you meet with them. So maybe you can explain that. But I know that was, again, we provided a timeline to the board as to when the discussions actually start taking place, which, there was a discussion in Article 10 meeting with the union. Then in September, we received, Mr. Doherty received an email from, I believe it was forwarded from Dr. Finan that came from PFM, that the recommendation that the ventilation study take place. And then there's timelines as far as what happened. So this was initiated back in September. I understand people are wondering the timing right now. As far as generating the report, I can't answer for GPI as to why, what the time, because the board sanctioned this, I believe, in October. And then the report was received February 22nd. I will never speak for anybody else as far as why that took the time that it did. As far as discussions with GPI, again, Mr. Doherty, I'll refer to you if they were giving updates on that.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to GPI, reps from GPI multiple times a week, and we had them engaged in many, many activities. Now, I'm not making excuses for anyone, but I mean, what I can tell you is they were still doing school visits, in January about this report. It was through the month of December. They started, I think, in late November with the visits and into December. And I know they were still doing visits in January.
Yeah, I was just trying to put a timeline of the recommendations and, this report, because if they were still doing schools and this recommendation came with MERV filters and, the air purifiers, they could have said right away, hey, stop, this is changing. A lot of your buildings can't, they don't have this, and they can give us that update. We could have went into that meeting with that, but no, I understand. I just kind of wanted to see the timeline of it if we were proactive.
I understand your questions, Director McAndrew, but I would never, unless I don't think any of us have the ability to answer for GPI at this time.
I was just asking if we were being proactive, if we were saying, hey, we have this meeting coming up. Where can we get some insight on the report, a rough draft of it? Can you come speak? That's what I was asking.
Well, I think the important thing, though, and Ro, I know you want to say something, so I'm going to move to you next, but I am not hearing after Arif's overview here that any of the choices we made were contingent on this report, but that this is part of an ongoing effort. Is that a fair assessment? Arif, Paul?
I will kick that to Arif.
Yeah, as I said in the report, I don't know the timelines and all of that. I can't really comment on that. But what I can tell you is, hopefully you saw with the examples I gave you, that, every district is being challenged with how to comply with the guidelines, as you pointed out, that are constantly changing. And that's why I didn't want to even give you dates on those guidelines and recommendations, because I can tell you the bipolar ionization, I know, for example, is current technology that maybe 3 months ago was questionable and is becoming more and more recognized. But again, they are guidelines and recommendations that are constantly changing. I could tell you, though, that buildings, as I've given you the example, brand new HVAC systems that have been designed and put in place last summer did not have any of these requirements, and they're challenged by the same things. The biggest challenge you have as a district is the aging systems. And that's why Scranton Electric is challenged every day. The district is challenged every day because we have old systems that are continuously need care, continuously need repairs. And to me, I think the biggest thing coming out of this report is going to be those yellow areas, which I think are few and far between, that identify spaces that don't have mechanical ventilation. The other spaces, I think you knew that you had systems that were old and needed to be repaired. And that's one of the reasons you hired us. That's one of the reasons you're undertaking this huge capital improvement plan. And to me, that is a big issue that is going to challenge us until we get systems actually fixed and replaced and updated over time. But the interim, you do also have some big advantages, because you have some systems that bring in 100% outside air. And I pointed those out. There's quite a few of them. So for those ones, you don't need any filtration and you don't need any portable air purifiers. So you have some advantages. The timelines and, what happened there, I can't really comment, but I can just tell you, I think you'd face some of these same challenges, and we'd be doing the same thing, verifying, fixing these things, cleaning them up. If you knew this a month ago, or if you knew it 2 months ago. And I can also tell you, I think the district has been doing it, even for those 2 months or 3 months, actually even before that, Paul, we've been in there fixing things and, getting them ready wherever we can.
Ro, thank you, Arif. You're muted, Ro.
Sorry, I have children running up over my head. It sounds like elephants. But Sean, when we made the decision on December 8th, we were anticipating having this report well before the students went back into the classroom. And Paul, I think I'm correct in saying that pre-COVID, all of our ventilation systems meant the Ashrae guidelines at that time. I'm pretty sure from the research we were doing on the task force that we were compliant, and the Ashrae guidelines are for 1 teacher and 30 children in a defined space. So when we made the decision in the absence of this report to ask the teachers to return on March 1st, the air in those classrooms was way, way, way above the Ashrae guidelines because there was 1 human being in there. And it's, I'm doing a quick course on this, Arif. I've been learning more than my brain can absorb, but I think that it was quite safe when we made that decision on December the 8th in anticipation of this report, that we were not putting anyone at risk. I think the decision to defer it, considering that the report came in last week and we had this meeting tonight, deferring the teacher's return from today was prudent. I think it's a great chance for us to talk to this. I think that the seeds of this issue were sown 50 years ago, and the particular weeds grew up in it 25 years ago, because as I understand it, most of this equipment should have been on a regular process for replacement 25 or 30 years of its useful life. I think we've got systems like the one at Neil Armstrong that's chugging along after 50 years. And I think that we can look back and say replacements on a good timeline. But I think going forward, this is something we should look at. But reading the report, there were several items in there. The high priority ones were there. The medium priority ones, or the, what do we call, moderate, medium, and the low priority ones. It seems to me that a lot of the high priority ones we can get started on virtually immediately. And the areas in particular schools where we don't have ventilation in those rooms, are there ways perhaps that we can operate the schools without using those rooms until such time as the issue is rectified? Because it seems to me that if we can get on to the high priority issues, which leads to my real question, which is the timeline for tackling the high priority system is obviously now. Is there any guidance whatsoever about what the moderate priority or the medium priority issues, in particular supply and fitting of the bipolar ionization units, any idea how long that would take?
Okay, so you're referring to the report, and I have purposely, because it's a draft report, we purposely have tried to avoid listing things that way. And our focus, and I know Harold is there on the call, but their approach right now is to go into the elementary schools and make sure all of the systems, as many that are there, are working, and where they're not working, we're fixing them. So that's most of the high priority items. So they're definitely being addressed, Director Hume. So that's our focus number one. The medium priority is about these filters and bipolar ionization devices, as you said. And again, those are recommendations from CDC, and that's why they're medium priority. And to answer your question in terms of how quickly can we get them, the MERV 13s, again, the direction right now is to put those in, locate them and put them in as soon as we possibly can. And we're trying to locate the filters, and in terms of giving you a timeline, some we may be able to get in a week and get them up and running, and some may take a couple of weeks. So that's the MERV 13s. The bipolar ionization devices, we're working right now on the best way to purchase them. And then we're going to look at the quickest way to get them installed within the compliance requirements of the funding. That is a key ingredient there. We can't just go buy them and start having someone put them in. We must follow certain procedures that Pat will give us guidance on, Mr. Leafy will give us guidance on and confirm. So we're doing that process right now. So I'm afraid I can't give you a date as to how quick those could be done. But again, just remember what I said. There are many schools currently operating, newer buildings even, that don't have those systems, and they're all in the process of getting them in. So I can't give you a date, but if you were to kind of put a guideline on it, I think the filters and bipolar ionization combination could be, at least probably 4 weeks, if not a little bit more, to implement them. But again, I don't want to be held to a date right now, because We're just trying to confirm exactly how many we need, where we need to put them. And I think, as everybody pointed out, if the systems are not working, we're wasting our time trying to get these filtration systems put in. The other thing is, many of your buildings don't need it. They have NAs on them, so we don't need that in a lot of spaces. It's mainly where the unit ventilators are, Director Hume, where we need to think about getting the bipolar ionization is, because as Paul said, those will not take the more efficient filters. They won't accept it. So that's where we're looking at that. And instead of looking at portable ones that we can just bring in and plug in, we're looking at trying to get permanent ones installed that could be used and reused and have less maintenance and less headaches. So I'm sorry I didn't give you an exact timeline, but that's the best answer I could give you.
No, you gave me exactly the answer that I was looking for, because essentially there are areas of our buildings that can be used when the high priority, when the work is done to make sure the machines they're working properly. And we're working, the MERV filters obviously seem to be incredibly useful, but there are definitely areas of our schools that can be used without the bipolar ionizations being installed, that the air is still going to be able to be refreshed enough under the Ashrae guidelines and the CDC guidelines that we would be safe in those areas, and that where, you know, and that the areas that don't have the mechanical things in your little yellow boxes, we would still be safe in the building if we were not using those areas with the yellow until such time as that could be rectified. Have I got that right?
That's what the recommendations say from GPI. The yellow areas we should, try to fix or provide temporary measures or not use them. You're correct. Yep. The yellow areas on my chart, which are, yep, the areas that don't have mechanical.
So as long as so as long as we do what we can do as quickly as we can, and with the judicious use of external fresh air and working on the recommendations for each building, we should be able to safely use many, if not most, of the areas in our elementary schools, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Speaking of, you know what, Catherine, I don't mean to interrupt you, but Tara has had a hand up for a while.
Thank you. I have just a few questions for Superintendent Mctiernan and her team. And these are questions that I've been asked by the community, so I'm going to put them out to you. Based on this report that we're seeing now, would you still recommend returning to in-person learning? And if not, why did you recommend returning to in-person learning without having this report in hand? And then lastly, the big question that I'm being asked is, we've had almost a year to prepare the ventilation, the filtration, and the air cleaning systems. So why haven't we already done this? At least, I understand it's an ongoing process, but why haven't we at least done the simple fixes like TRIP that Mr. Fazil has explained can be done?
I'll take the first part. Again, the ventilation report, I believe we were at a point where we were deciding for in-person learning. We were getting recommendations that the systems, which Mr. Doherty continued to say over and over again, and I by no means can speak to ventilation, so I'm not going to, but he continued to say that the systems were working as designed. We continued to say, I did not, Mr. Doherty continued to say that we were waiting on the report. The in-person right now, after meeting today with Arif and his team along, not just today, but throughout the week, we can bring students back. We just have to avoid those yellow areas. Now, when we say that, there is some concerns with Bancroft and Whittier Annex. I don't believe we can bring students back there at this point, from what I heard. But again, this is not my wheelhouse. This is me asking the experts. So when I received that information today, I had Ms. Griebeck reach out to principals that were affected, for example, Adams, Morris, and asked if we did not use those areas that were identified in the yellow, can we open? I was told yes at Adams. I was told yes at Morris. I was told no at Bancroft. I'm sorry, not at Bancroft, at Prescott. So I believe that if it's the board's decision to move forward with in-person, that we would, and we were not to use at this point. And again, I'm going to ask for help when I get to Bancroft and I get to Bancroft and Whittier Annex. But the other buildings, we can bring students back. That's what you heard today in the presentation. I think you heard it loud and clear, that that's the board's decision at this point. If we close off those areas and do not use them, we can bring students back. And then we would have to find, at this point, an alternative place for the students at Bancroft and the students at Whittier Annex, which is not a flip of a switch. So I'm going to need some time to figure that out. And again, I don't know what else to say other than the board knew that there was a ventilation report that was coming. There was a vote to bring students back, knowing that there was a report that was coming. That's not a secret. So the report came at a time on February 22nd, and as soon as we received it, the board was made aware of it. And Director Yanni, I believe the night that we decided to vote on this, your exact statement, I was looking through my notes, and your exact statement was, is this going to open up another can of worms? And, again, you did make that statement. And again, I can't control.
What you mean, what was that statement in reference to?
When this ventilation report was approved that night, you made that statement, is this going to open up another can of worms? And unfortunately, this is what has happened. So we are here today.
Right. And that was the night that we voted. And
correct.
My issue with that is I'm told many times that it's not within my purview as a director to get involved in the day-to-day operations. So I knew that report was commissioned back in October. So I did assume that report was back. So when I voted to send our staff and our students back into those schools, I made that assumption that you were basing your recommendation to return to in-person learning on having that report in hand. So I guess that falls on me. I should have asked before voting, did I have that? And, did you go through that report?
Right. Well, none of us, you can only make decisions on the information that you have at that time. And at that time, we didn't have the report. And at that time, we were receiving information that stated that that our systems are working as designed. That's what we kept hearing. And again, I can't speak to that because that is not in my wheelhouse. But all I can say is we can continue to talk about. I'm grateful that the report came prior to bringing back staff and students so that we could make a decision based on the information that we had at hand. And I understand that, again, this is a timing issue. But unfortunately, all we can do is say we received the report and made that decision. So yes, to answer your question and your original statement that you made in October, it did open up another door that we need to fix. And so now we're fixing it. And now the board needs to make a decision tonight based on the information you have. Do you want to continue? Do you want to close the buildings and fix what's in as Arif has stated today? Or do you want to close off the areas that are identified in yellow and bring students back? And if so, then the administration has to, make sure to do that. So again, tonight, what's the information we have? And then we have to make a decision. Just as on February 8th, you had information and you made a decision. And that's all I can say. I will never make excuses. That's just where we are today.
So again, I would ask, what is your recommendation tonight then, based on this report? Is it because I can only base my decisions based on your recommendations. So what is your recommendation then tonight to the board? Do we bring students back in? Or can we do that for March 15th?
I think right now you know what my recommendation is, that because there's a motion on the floor tonight on the agenda as far as what we're going to do as we figure this out. So the motion on the floor tonight, which again, that's moving into another part of this meeting, but is to move to synchronous education on March 15th for 9 through 12, then move into synchronous or 6 through 12, I apologize, move into synchronous education the following week for the next cohort as we figure this out. And then, yes, so to answer everyone's question, because this is the question I'm getting, I want to get kids back to school. But unfortunately, we have some obstacles right now. And while we're figuring out these obstacles, because I don't know how long it's going to take to, this is the questions that I ask when I'm in a meeting. Because again, I'm relying on the experts to tell me what it is that I should be doing with regards to this. I'm an educator. I know nothing about ventilations. I know nothing about environmental. So I asked the questions, can I bring kids back at this point? The answer was, yes, you can bring them back, but avoid these areas. But don't bring them back to Bancroft. And again, I'm going to ask for help in a minute on that, or Whittier Annex. And the administration building, we know that we have now have to have limited capacity because of the ventilation there. So while we're figuring all of this out, that's why the motion tonight on the table is for the board to consider is to go synchronous. And hopefully we have some of these issues, which may take a couple weeks. I can't answer how long it's going to take to fix Morris. I can't answer that. And I can't really get an answer right now because the professionals are not sure, because it's based on all the factors that you heard tonight. So that is why I put that motion on the floor for tonight.
I do have a question. When we receive
Catherine had
Oh,
something she wanted to say.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, there's just two things that I guess came to my mind through this presentation. One, I just wanted clarification. When Mr. Fizzle was speaking, he did say that we still need to know if the systems are working properly. So that's something that I was just looking for clarification on, if we do know the systems are working as they're supposed to, or we don't. And then my other thing while I was just listening to all of this is keeping it in the, I guess everything I realized today, especially while I was at work, because I quoted this many times, that we're doing things now to do our best to get children in as soon as possible, which is appreciated, but that we really need to keep the big picture of making sure with as big of a percentage as we can that these children are in full-time in the fall. So while listening to this report and the potential options that we have and such, I think my main concern is just that we do everything that we can or need to do to make sure that it's up to par as much as possible for a return in the fall. So I guess that's just, the temporary fixes, I guess, are what concern me, just to make sure that for fall and then forever, because who knows what's next, since we didn't know this was coming, that we will be up there. But my main question, that was just my comment, but my question is if we know the systems are up to where they're supposed to be working or not.
I'm going to pass that on to Arif, because I'm going to let the professionals speak to that.
The systems, that's one of the recommendations of the report. So majority of systems were constantly being tested and repaired. And, I think we'd have to go building by building. And I know Harold, who is doing that, is, I believe, on the call somewhere. But we're waiting to get a final report middle of next week to see which components and which systems are working, and if there are any that are not working, if they've already repaired them, or if they need a bigger repair and maybe some temporary measures. But I can tell you a majority of the systems are functional. There are some that are not, we've been told, but I don't have a list at hand of which are not. I could tell you that some of your schools are just fine. Northeast Scranton IS, I think you guys know that one, there's a whole section of it that's non-functional at this time, and we're putting that out for bid. So I think, unfortunately, it's a tough question to say that they're all working, because your systems are old, and every day you think something's working and the next day it might not be. So unfortunately, that is the challenge that we have on some of these systems. But I can tell you the focus right now is to make sure they're all working, and where they're not, they're being repaired where feasible, or temporary measures. But, I think the buildings that Superintendent Mctiernan identified are a couple of the ones that have systems that have bigger challenges than just a simple repair. But everywhere else, the team is going through and confirming operation. And for the most part, where they're not working, they're fixing them. But I think it would not be fair for me to say which is working and which is not, because every day something new is happening at your facilities, I can tell you, because of the age of them, unfortunately.
No, and Arif, thank you so much for saying that, because that's exactly, you say it so eloquently. That's exactly what our systems do function as they're designed, but we have a lot of mechanical failures when we're talking about systems that are as old as they are. And that's why, Harold does know our buildings so well, because he has spent such a great deal of time in our systems. And really, a lot of the things that are presented, that Arif and his team presented tonight in GPI's draft study, really is not to bring systems back to their design phase. It's significant upgrades. Certainly something that, we could not do without the input of an engineer. But we're talking, like, when we talk about, upgraded filtration, that's an upgrade. When we talk about bipolar ionization, that's an upgrade. When we talk about adding mechanical ventilation to an area that was designed not to have it, we're talking a significant upgrade.
Mr. Doherty, I want to ask you a question, because this may clarify what Director Yanni was asking. At any time when we were considering reopening, did anybody from GPI or anybody that was doing the study, because I'm not in those meetings, so did anybody say to you that we should not open, and for the reason, because of anything with regards to what they were looking into with for ventilation?
No.
So at that time,
in fact,
that information. That is correct.
No,
Okay.
and in fact, the executive summary of this report, I think, even states that there was no, this is not intended to make us close buildings.
Thank you. I think that should answer Director Yanni's question of what information we had at that time.
And I think Catherine made a very good point, that the important thing here is our path forward and making sure that we are determining, are there simple Band-Aid fixes that might make it able to get students back into school, but are we identifying opportunities for long-term fixes? And I think that's what we will be debating and determining now. I know, Sean, you had a question, but Missy, I do certainly ask it, Sean, but I do want to move to the path forward here. And I know we have some issues with two of the buildings, and we need to understand the assessment of what we can achieve with those yellow spaces considered. So, Sean.
Yeah, no, I'll be quick. My question is, in line with Catherine, what you just said too, Katie, our path forward. Since I've been on the board, it's been asbestos, lead in the water, and now this. We need somebody in operations who's qualified to be able to read these reports. We're going to be spending a ton of money on updating buildings. We need a preventive maintenance plan in place. I hope so this doesn't happen again. Our buildings don't deteriorate. And I hope we start thinking about investing in our maintenance employees and maybe training them on HVAC, so they could be able to identify these issues and keep up on them. Because if we're putting all this money into our buildings and we don't have a plan in place to keep up on them, and if we don't have a qualified individual who can read these reports, because I think we struggled with them when we first got them, if I'm not wrong, I think that's an urgent need. I think we really need to start looking for that.
And I think the people who are on this call can help us define that.
Absolutely.
I just have one last thing to say on this, if it's okay. I read this report, and funnily enough, I was incredibly encouraged by the fact that we could identify solutions to virtually every problem we had in there. And that I found really, really encouraging, because first of all, does say in the executive summary that the buildings on the whole, with certain exceptions and paces, there is no reason not to use them. And that was the first thing. That I opened the front page expecting to be told that everything was going to have to be shut. And as I read further and further, I became very encouraged that, yes, we have problems. Yes, we have systems. We are not the only school district wrestling with them, but we are tackling them. But on the whole of our buildings, 19 buildings, most of them with the areas addressed as quickly as we can address them, are perfectly safe to use. And I was really encouraged by that, Ari, because I felt that I was expecting much worse news about all of them. And the fact that some of our buildings like Northeast and Willard are virtually designed for COVID made me happy. And I think that if we can get onto it and fix the short-term things, move forward, move on to the long-term planning, I think we are in a lot better shape than we are actually thinking that we're in.
Thank you. So with that, Missy, do you want to move to the path forward and the concerns about Bancroft and Whittier?
Yes, again, I'm going to ask the experts to join me. Harold, are you here? I think you're here.
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks, Harold. Can you, the discussion that we had recently regarding Bancroft, can you just, discuss that with the community, please?
After the last board meeting, when you voted to move forward, we moved ahead to do a final analysis to confirm where we were. At that time, at Bancroft, we found a series of electrical issues and motor issues on the unit ventilators that serve Bancroft. Those were unbeknown to us previously. Those issues do not allow us to bring ventilation air into the mechanical systems. There are some that'll tell you you can operate the building because you have operable windows, but as we all know, we live in northeastern PA. When it's 10 degrees outside, opening the window is not a viable solution. Due to the fact that there is so many unit ventilators that have failed, and more importantly, the wiring to them has deteriorated to a point that it appears to be hazardous, we have a concern in running the unit ventilators. That being the case, we're forced with either A, we replace the unit ventilators at an extreme cost, or we have to make the recommendation that due to the lack of outdoor air, we can't utilize the classrooms. That was where my recommendation was. At this point in time, we cannot utilize those classrooms in a safe manner. It was purely based on the most recent situation. I'm not sure everyone understands that these systems, many of them, like Bancroft, are the original systems. I could do an analysis today on a classroom and it will be working perfectly fine and functioning. And then tomorrow I will receive a service call from the facilities group because that unit ventilator, the motor burned up overnight. That is a normal occurrence. The average life expectancy of an HVAC system in a school is 15 to 20 years. And you're supposed to replace them every 15 to 20 years. Obviously, when we're working with the same equipment that has been installed since some of these schools have built, previous or wording I should use, that guidance was not followed. And therefore, we're stuck with what we're stuck with, which is, if you think about it in the life of a car, how many times you buy a car? And these systems are very similar to just that. So that's where we're at the point with Bancroft. I don't see a path to reopening that school without extensive renovations. It is a steam system. There are unit ventilators. It is just a very extensive and expensive way to remedy the system at this point in time.
Thank you, Harold. And again, I'm going to ask for a little help with regards to the annex and where we are with that right now with that building. And Harold, do you want to chime in on the annex?
Sure. Well, the Whittier Annex, as we all know, it was previously, and then the facility is now being leased. It's not owned by the district. Unfortunately, at the time it was built, it was operated that it does not have a mechanical method of ventilation. In order to continue to use it in the COVID environment where we are, because here the problem is, by code, operable windows meet code, but that doesn't, in an educational standpoint, that doesn't really work. So therefore, knowing what we know, there is no operating ventilation system in the school. It's very difficult to move forward with children in a COVID environment.
So Harold, if again, in the discussions that we had, so that I'm consistent with what your recommendation, which, I rely heavily on all of you, is that for the time being, number one, with the annex being a leased building, I'm not sure why we would put any additional money right now into that building. It's also basically right now it's going to be closed at the end of this school year. And with regards to Bancroft right now, with as it stands, how it is, without doing the improvements, your recommendation, along with the group, we all talked. I apologize for putting you on the spot, but your recommendation right now is to not open Bancroft with regards to in what condition it's in right now. Is that correct?
That is correct. I don't see a path to open it right now to provide means of ventilation to keep in that facility. So I don't see how it's possible.
Thank you, Harold. I appreciate it. I appreciate your help.
Many of the situations that have been asked, the so-called yellow areas, they're not that monumental. Some of them are, but the majority of them can be overcome. One thing about the MERV filters that was asked earlier, if I could bring that up, the MERV 13 filters, it's not like I can just go to any store and buy them. I've talked to 4 filter manufacturers. They're on back orders that are several weeks long for right now for MERV 13 filters. Building in the United States in the world is scrambling for MERV 13 filters right now. They just can't make them fast enough for anybody to get them. Every place you look, they're back ordered. So it is something since these recommendations, these meetings that we've had have been extensive, some of them 4 or 5 hours. And we've had numerous discussions to try and advance this. This is not something that anyone has taken lightly. And with these advancements, due to the situation, the worldwide pandemic, we just don't have access to everything.
Thank you, Harold. So Director Gilmartin, to answer your next steps forward, I think the answer for Bancroft and the annex have been laid out for the board to consider. And if you're asking for my recommendation, I can only go by what the experts are telling me. So if the experts are telling me that those buildings should remain closed, then I'm telling the board that is what my recommendation is. And that's kind of how this works. So that would be my next step forward with Bancroft and with the annex.
And I think as a board, from a procedural standpoint, we would need consensus here to say, we want to pursue this. We want to know what our options are. That would be the next step. And if we don't have that, we follow the recommendations of the experts. And then our next step is, how do we move back into those other buildings, not utilizing the spaces in yellow? And then I think step next B is, what's the timeline for some of those other repairs? Are there short-term things that can be done that make those spaces available and then gives you a little more flexibility to accommodate the Bancroft and the Whittier Annex students? Are there longer-term fixes that then will, again, come to the board for our consideration in moving forward? Is that
right? And I think that is exactly right. And I think you just outlined the reason why the timeline for the hybrid return is on the agenda tonight, because of all those things that you just listed, because there are factors right now that we still have to work out.
So are there any other questions? Do we have consensus that what was just stated is the best course of action and we can move forward here? And, of course, Mrs. Mctiernan will continue to make her plans. Mr. Fazil and his team will continue to make their plans, and we will entertain and discuss a plan that we know we can implement on March 15th, and then keep moving forward down this path.
To clarify, the ventilation report will be posted for the public, right, at some point?
Yeah.
Yes, the ventilation report, once we are complete here, Mr. Carney will be putting that in the summary, executive summary, up on the Scranton School District website.
And can you clarify where that will be? I thought I heard the tail end of is there an operations page now? Did I?
Yes.
Mr. Carney?
Mr. Carney?
I'm here. My camera's off because I have no power, so you wouldn't be able to see me anyway. It's going to be on the website under, if you go to the quick links, where the, sorry, I have the page up now where the, I can't even see. Under quick links where the environmental task force is, that's where Mr. Doherty had asked me to place it. So it's going to be right at the top when you click on, so quick links right from the main page of the Scranton School District webpage. Click environmental task force and it will be the first listed item at the top of the page there. It'll be draft. It'll be the draft report February 2021.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So do we have anything else on this matter at this time? Okay. Mr. Fazil, thank you very much. Mr. Newell, thank you. I'm sure there are others on this call. I really appreciate everybody's input tonight. Thank you. Okay.
Just really quick, I guess, sorry, I wanted to know if Dr. Finan had any input on this in terms of our path forward, just from her standpoint, just so we understand from the recovery officer.
Yes, I will be very actively involved in all of the meetings, definitely. If that's your question, it's hard to hear, Catherine.
Yes. Yes. And I also saw you unmuted, so I just wanted to make sure if there was any input you had, you were able to give it.
Yeah. Two points. I will be very involved in it. I do, certainly you heard the overview, and I know that we're looking at every building, and Mr. Newell has been very helpful because he's been in our buildings and taking care of each one so we know it's operational to the point that we need it. Is we certainly wouldn't put children in a room with a staff member unless we knew that the unit ventilator was operational. So we certainly will have that clarified before we make those plans. And again, that list is fairly clear. There are only a few buildings, particularly the basement areas of a couple buildings, that we have to really focus on at this point, and certainly the other ones that we mentioned. But I will be very involved, and I have been involved in the path forward, so definitely. As you heard Mr. Fazil say that we have bids coming in the end of February, we are moving forward with particularly NEIS, where we need to have that operational for September. Those bids will be coming in, and we will be moving forward on that. So some of this has been being worked on since the fall, and we're where we are now. So yes, to answer your question. The only other point I wanted to make, if we don't need all the individuals from Dewey and Mr. Newell, maybe we would like to excuse them. I know it's a very long meeting tonight, so I'm just offering that up at this point.
And I'm betting they appreciate that. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Finan. That was a very good point. And ladies and gentlemen who are representatives of those firms, I certainly do think that is appropriate. I think we've asked all the questions we will have at this point. So thank you again for your time this evening. We'll see you soon. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your continued support, everybody.
Okay. At this time, the board welcomes public comment. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Union officials will have 4 minutes to speak. As always, we ask that you maintain decorum. Please refrain from foul language, raised voices, and disparaging remarks. This board respects your right to address concerns to this body. We ask that you all respect one another, our students, and every member of the Scranton School District community. Recently read a quote that stated, "It is possible to follow your dreams with integrity, courtesy, equity, and humanity." I believe it is possible to engage in this process in the same manner. So with that, Mrs. Orr.
Yes, our first speaker is Vivian Williams.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, hi. Parents, including myself, are hurt by the lack of action by the SFT of Ms. Bowen's words and the lack of information being communicated by administrators regarding reentry. What should be a learning experience, the time to address the feelings of so many within our district has now fractured us deep enough to strain parent-teacher relationships that are at the essence of any strong district. To those who have felt the pain of Ms. Bowen's words, no, I am sorry. And while we'll never know how you feel, I stand with you in the name of justice and equitability that our marginalized voices deserve. There are systemic problems within our district that no one wants to directly address, though we have to in order to make any progress. Please don't confuse my public support of hybrid reentry with a lack of care for the teachers, as I have been made to feel. Administration foresaw teacher shortages in November as a reentry concern, and why no plan was developed is beyond me. At the end of the day, we have to focus on the fact that our buildings need care, communication needs improvement, transparency needs to be a priority, and teachers and students need to feel supported. Virtual learning as a district can be best described as inconsistent and lacking strong administration, communication, and direction. I am telling you tonight, I will not do this much longer. Parents have been expected to balance school, work, and home life all in the same environment, much of the time with little to no support through the district as a whole. Outside of our teachers and building administrations, nobody on this call has stopped to think of SSD parents. I fear if we do not re-enter a hybrid return, we will not re-enter in September, as no one has my trust at this point. My children will be in person for September, whether it be in the SSD or elsewhere. Taken right from the PSBA, the board is not an administrative body. The selection of competent administrators who understand their role is to carry out public policy established by the board is one of the board's most important functions. Please, as a board, do not let anybody sway you, including the SFT, to let students not re-enter. Let the student who spoke to you last month, the 5th grader, how she wants to return and was brave enough to speak in front of you all. Demand that administration and SFT figure it out, as it is not it is the children who are suffering. Asymptomatic testing is not going to happen, though I do believe teachers should be virtual on Wednesdays when buildings are being sanitized and not teaching from their classroom. There is a way to meet in the middle. Some additional suggestions that I share: if our sports teams can practice in person, and district administration, not building administration, needs to create supplemental and supportive in-person academic and mental wellness health programs for the students. Building pandemic committees should have been established and can still be created, representative of parents, teachers, building administration, staffs, maintenance, and nursing staffs, as each building has its own set of needs and all perspectives need to be heard in reentry. A focused pandemic coordinator, operations department should be hired with CARES Act funding that can manage building reentry teams, be more proactive and advocate secure vaccinations. Regular superintendent and administration communications, whether it be through YouTube channel or from the desk of, should be posted on Facebook at least twice a month. I leave you with this quality that is lacking by all of you: humility. Leaders who understand that they are not the smartest person in every room, nor do they need to be. They encourage people to speak up, respect differences of opinions, and champion the best ideas, regardless of whether they originate from a top executive or a production line employee. When leaders work to harness input from everyone, that will start what the rebuilding process needs to take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian.
Next, we have Aaron Harris.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good. Thank you. Good evening. In a statement released to the public by the Scranton School Board, it stated that in-person instruction needed to be delayed because 50 teachers were unable to return due to health concerns. As stated earlier, Mr. Casavinci said that the number is actually 76. With over 800 teachers, that would be 9.5% of the district teachers. I don't think that's an outstanding amount. In my opinion, that was an unfair blame placed on the district teachers. It should have been put to ventilation systems in the current buildings, and they should have been to the top priority. Trust and candid communication needs to be reestablished here. Due to the current air quality conditions in certain school buildings, could this be related to past asbestos and lead problems? That's a question that I have. The other question that I have is, were these problems addressed and were they corrected? I also have an idea. The idea that I had, if there's so many problems in our elementary schools that need to be corrected immediately, Would we be able to put our K through 5 students, say, into Scranton High School, where we would be able to spread them out? That's just an idea that I have. And that's all I have for this evening.
Thank you, Erin.
Next, we have Tara Hamilton Fay.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tara Hamilton Fay. I'm a resident of Scranton and a concerned parent of a future student. Given the statements made by Rosemary Bowen and the Scranton School Board last month, I would like to use my time to talk about the impact of language, dismantling stereotypes, and becoming anti-racist. At the February 1st and 8th meetings of the Scranton School Board, Rosemary Bowen made comments that were widely perceived to be racist. On February 17th, the school board issued a statement that, quote, whether perceived or intended, Ms. Bowen's words convey an image of our students and their families this board does not endorse. We are confident that the teachers who educate these students would not abide it either, end quote. To the school board, I was happy to read that. Thank you. Your letter went on to say, quote, we will continue to work with district administrators, principals, SSD staff, and our community to support our students and families and to seek to understand the challenges we all face together, end quote. I would like to know what the action plan is, because we definitely need one. On February 18th, Rosemary Bowen released a statement in which she said, quote, I regret the language I used and the unintended message that it conveyed, end quote. She went on to apologize and say that, quote, all Scranton families should have access to quality health care and the mitigation strategies necessary to help our schools reopen safely. And the reality is that many do not, end quote. There is a tremendous difference between what she said and what she intended to say. This is very concerning to me because of the stereotypes embedded in her statements and because of the widespread negative impact her statements had. I would like to recognize and emphasize that racism permeates all areas of our society. This is not an issue that can wait until later to be addressed. There's a real opportunity here to turn the typical, I didn't mean it kind of apology, the oops, it wasn't my intent kind of apology into a real learning experience for the entire community. In asking what the Scranton School Board's action plan is, I'm also asking everyone here tonight and everyone that sees, hears, or reads about this to applaud the school board when they release their action plan, but then to engage in it as well. We can all be anti-racist. We just have to choose to be, and then we have to take action. We can choose to educate ourselves so we don't make hurtful, harmful mistakes. When we do make mistakes, we can acknowledge our mistakes, own them, and reflect on why we made them in order to ensure that we don't continue making them. We can be proactive, read, watch videos, learn about systemic racism, microaggressions, implicit bias, white privilege, and so much more. We can hold each other accountable. If we are a community that does not endorse the statements Rosemary Bowen made at the February 1st and 8th meetings, if we are a community that does embrace and value diversity, let's embrace this moment and engage. Let's do the work. In closing, I would like to hear about the school board's action plan for becoming an anti-racist district, and I'd like to know when and how the school board intends to facilitate this critical change. I'm not an expert, but I invite the school board to let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
Next, we have Erica Tosh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Erica Tosh, and I am a mother to 4 children that attend school in the Scranton School District. I am speaking tonight due to my concern of the despicable comments made by Rosemary Bowen in previous meetings. I have always felt comfortable sending my children to Scranton School District. I've always felt that I could trust these teachers just as much as I trust my own mother to look after them. But that is no longer the case. I am 100% terrified that these teachers that all look up to Rosemary as their commander-in-chief share the same views and beliefs that Rosemary does. That when these teachers see my Black or brown child, like Rosemary described them, they see a child carrying COVID. They see a child that does not receive the same medical care as the white child that may be right beside them. They see a child that has been in Philadelphia or New York. They see a child that does not go home to the Donna Reed household, like Rosemary vocalized. After listening to her thoughts on COVID and how my children, the Black or brown, were the ones to be blamed for the schools not being able to reopen, I took it upon myself to start a petition for Rosemary Bowen to resign from her president position of Scranton Teachers. I knew that I would have the support on this, but the amount of support I have received has been mind-blowing. I've had several news stations contact me, one of which made it a point to say that after numerous attempts of reaching out to Rosemary for comment, he did not return his calls. Several newspaper articles were published. One in particular, Scranton Times-Tribune headline read, Donna Reed, Scranton never had that role. Rosemary was aware that her comments were hurtful, and it was not until her comments were publicly broadcasted that she conveniently submitted an apology, and that is just unacceptable. Over 900 people signed that petition I created. That is over 900 people that believe Rosemary Bowen is incapable of being responsible for our teachers. It is our children that are important here. And I'm not just speaking of our brown and black like Rosemary. I'm speaking of all of them. They are our future, and we need to stand up and teach them that there is no difference when we see skin color. We should all be treated equal, and that is not what's going to happen with Rosemary and Church. They deserve not only better than this, but they deserve the best. My concern is not only the words Rosemary has spoken during 2 different meetings, but more, it's the silence from the teachers. That exact silence is louder than the words spoken by their leader, Rosemary, and that is alarming. Why do the people that I trust the most with my kids seem to be okay with what Rosemary has expressed? Do these teachers share Rosemary's same beliefs? Do they see students or do they see color? Do they see Donna Reed household children or do they just see a group of children in school wanting to learn? Or is it that these teachers are so intimidated by their president that they are fearful to speak up? I want to end this by saying thank you for taking the time to listen. I hope that we can all agree on what is best for Scranton School District. And there's over 900 human beings that feel Rosemary needs to resign. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica.
Next, we have Marisol Santiago, but I do not see her in the attendees, so we're going to move on to Michael Kane. Mr. Kane.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, my name is Michael Kane. I'm here today to talk about what was said by Mrs. Bowen at a previous meeting. First, I'd like to share a little history about myself. I am Puerto Rican. I was adopted by the Kanes, a white family. I grew up in Lock Haven, Pennsylvania, population 10,000. That was 9,997 white people, my brother, my sister, and myself. So when I attended school there from 2nd grade to 9th grade, it's safe to say times were tough for myself. I remember a time when the principal of McGee Elementary called my parents and said, "Hey, how dare you bring those kids into our community?" My mother was furious and was talking loudly with my father, so I overheard the argument. I don't understand at the time why he cared that the Kanes adopted me. The kids in my school were no better. Between being called the N-word as well as other racial slurs. I also remember a time when a boy dropped his pencil on the ground and told me to pick it up. When I told him no, he said, "Well, isn't you black?" I got into a lot of fights growing up over the color of my skin. It made me resentful, made me angry, sad, and confused. Now here we are in 2021 with another teacher in another school not choosing her words carefully. Now here I am reliving all these memories. Now here I am worried about the emotions my children will suffer if kids in other schools decide to use my children and all minority children as scapegoats as to why schools aren't open. I'm hoping we come to a resolution that keeps this from happening again. Hopefully enough parents will talk to the other children and let them know that not one single group of Americans are responsible for COVID or its continued spread. With that said, there has been a lot of discussion having Ms. Bowen resign. I had a conversation with a friend who holds degrees in psychology and mental health. She took the time to discuss matters at hand with 5 of her fellow colleagues. She told me 1 out of 5 instantly had a reaction to Mrs. Bowen's comments. The others eventually found the comments racist and understood the scope of the damage these comments will make. The problem comes when we ask ourselves, where did she get the basis for these comments? The point is, these are issues that are so ingrained into our culture that we need to bring it to the surface and expose it so we can all become better neighbors. With that said, I understand Mrs. Bowen apologized, but her choice of words are out there. There's no taking them back. So for me, it's knowing that there's a plan to educate and an understanding that there is more harm than what you see on the surface. We're at a crucial point in our history, and only time will tell if we become better Americans for it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Michael.
Next, we have Jill Sweeney.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh,
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
You do hear me. Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Jill Sweeney. I am a proud parent of 2 Scranton School District students. I also orchestrated the march in front of the administration building and a petition about opening our schools this past week. I am a nurse who has worked through this pandemic, a homeowner and taxpayer. I am here to advocate for my children who have been learning virtually for almost a year. Both of my children have faced difficulties during this process, as have many others. My daughter is in her 2nd year of kindergarten due to last year being held back. She was only 5. She had a lot of difficulty learning. Although her teacher has been wonderful this year, Cameron will be 7 this April, and still cannot read. Reading is a prime fundamental learned at her age. It is key for imagination, focus, concentration, and fluency. Reading makes you smarter, period. It's a proven fact. Technically, her days consist of 1 hour face-to-face with her teacher, followed by activities that are put on me and my husband who try to work, on top of trying to help her. And although we do that, she's still struggling. She does have a strong support system at home. I know not all children do. So if she's struggling this way, how are other children struggling? The answer is, or how are they even surviving? The answer is that they're not. They're just being pushed through and left behind. We were really hopeful when we found out that the kids were going back in mid-March. I mean, obviously that has been recanted. As far as the teachers go, I'm not really going to comment on that. I have teacher friends. I am a nurse that, like I said, has worked through this. I don't think, handing in FMLA paperwork and saying that you will recant it if the SSD stays virtual is acceptable to me. I have held patients' hands as they died from COVID. So to talk to me about that, about not doing your duties, is null and void, honestly. As far as the comments that Mrs. Bowen made, I believe in my household that people do not have a color. They don't have a race. They don't have a creed. And I speak for everyone that as we raise our children, that's how they should be raised. Eventually their generation will see no color, which is the way it should be, because there's gross injustices being that way towards, the Black children, the brown children. I have a family that is biracial. My niece is half Hispanic. And that just totally breaks my heart. I have a white family, but I also have biracial. So I can't imagine what other people are going through in regards to that. So it's hard to, even explain my thoughts on that. As far as the schools opening, I really just want to implore the Scranton.
Please finish your thought.
I just want to implore the Scranton School District to make the changes that they can to our school to get our children back, because a lot of them are struggling. And there's just no reason for excuses anymore. We need to move forward, and it needs to be together. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill.
Next, we have Lynn King. Hi, Lynn.
Hi, Ginny. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I've spoken before, but I'd like to kind of go off of what I was going to say, because I'm hearing how upset people are about what was said, and I do not want to minimize that. Our district is so wonderfully diverse, and it's something that I love about it. I've been privileged to educate children from different continents and children that live down the street from me. I'm so looking forward to being with them again. Regardless of where they've been, who watches them, and what their socioeconomic status is, they all deserve a choice for in-person learning. I've shared with the board multiple articles about districts all over the country that are open and operating in some type of hybrid form. I know there's a lot of speakers, so I don't want to take a lot of time, but the evidence is clear that in-person learning is far better for these children, my own included. So I thank you again for the opportunity to speak. Again, it's obvious for many reasons, the mental health and well-being of our children being the top priority. There are challenges to getting back into the buildings, but this needs to happen. New York City public schools are operating on a hybrid schedule. They're educating 60-some thousand students. We heard in the report tonight that it is feasible to use these buildings. Let's do what is right for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Next, we have Suzanne Ferry.
Can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I am thankful that I finally feel that I got some information about our buildings. And I don't want to be negative, but I want to say that I think a part of the reason that everyone, many people are up in arms is because we have not, this is the first time we've actually received substantive information. And I would like the board to consider that most people do not attend these school board meetings, and our parents and teachers are uninformed. When I saw that press release and I saw a ventilation assessment study, I didn't know anything about it, and most of us didn't. And I think had we known, even if it could have been said, it's not complete, but it's in the process. I mean, maybe I missed that. I went back and I just did not know. And I think there's a lot of negativity that's happening outside because people just don't know. So I'm hoping that you're going to find some way to notify the parents of what is happening and the families, because they don't know. And when you don't know something, that creates a lot of negativity. I was very happy to hear that there's going to be the lead in the drinking water coming out. I have deep concerns about the water being shut off in our buildings, and I don't think even our parents are aware of that. And that's another thing that I want to ask you to consider. The water's been shut off except for the cafeterias, the lavatories, and the nurses' room. So, and I don't know why. I'm presuming it's lead, but I don't want to presume that. It's very concerning to think that we cannot wash our hands in our classrooms. And also that the solution is to just turn off the water. And I think, you know, if you needed a repair in your home of your water system, you wouldn't just shut it off. And I'm hoping to get some clarification as to why the water's been turned off. And if that's going to stay in that condition, I hope that you're going to tell the parents, because if I were a parent with a child in this district, I would want to know that. And I do thank you. I think I hope that a big lesson learned here is the communication has to change. Our families have to be told what's going on. And the teachers also have to be told. When I attend these meetings, I hear things that I've never heard before. And it's just not the way it should be. We need to work as a team. We are not adversaries. We are not. We are here for the children. I love what I do, and I am so thankful every day to be with these children, but we've got to function as a team, and it's not happening. I am glad to hear the thing.
I have to ask you to wrap up.
I am very thankful to finally hear some information. We've got to work as a team. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Next, we have Ryan Nat.
Hello, you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Awesome, awesome. Good evening, board members, administration, teachers, and parents. I am Ryan Nat, art educator at Neil Armstrong. I have some very good news. A student, Smriti Devajan from Neil Armstrong, was recognized as Outstanding Student of the Month by the Pennsylvania Art Education Association, PAEA, for the month of January. She was recognized on the PAEA website for the whole state of Pennsylvania. I will be sending a link to all the board members. I didn't want to put that in your email box today. I will have that out tomorrow to you so you could see her highlight. We will be having several other students recognized in the PAEA Youth Art Month exhibition. This exhibition will take place virtually. We have students nominated by Ryan Nat, Ashley Cullen, and Jeff Bors from our district. A link to this exhibition can be found on the PAEA website. The exhibition will be live from March 1st to April 30th. Mr. Boris, a student from John Adams, Caleb Brunson, took second place with an honorable mention in the elementary division. Secondly, I need to address concerns on returning back to the classroom. The art educators and other specialists will be interacting with every student in the building. This will be difficult to navigate and operate safely. We know we need to get back to some sort of normalcy, but we would like to be a part of the discussion to determine the solutions for each of our schools. Recently, we have endured a lot of changes. We went from teaching 6 classes a week to teaching 7 classes a week with the cancellation of library. We've lost transition time between classes, which leaves little time to sanitize rooms. At Armstrong, we need running water in all the sinks of the school, including the art room, and we need screens on the windows so we can keep them open for airflow. As a district, we need to have a comprehensive plan to keep us and our Scranton families safe. This year, I have really seen amazing progress with students, even though we are working virtually. Art is not only about making something, it is about problem solving, expression, and communication. As we move forward, let us help you. As educators, we know what our students' needs are. We know how to navigate transition, and we know what we need in our classrooms. Work with us to move forward. We would also appreciate a contract that respects the hard work of all our teachers and encourages us to remain in this district working with the students of Scranton. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you for acknowledging our students. It's always nice to hear about their wonderful work.
Next, we have Jennifer Telesco.
Can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Hi, good evening. First grade teacher at John Adams, an SFT executive member, and also a parent of 2 small children in the Scranton School District. I would like to address the reopening of our buildings, especially in reference to the presentation at tonight's meeting. I've been a teacher at John Adams since 2005. I'm incredibly familiar with the needs of our students and their families, and I am thankful to work with some really amazing people. On behalf of the students, teachers, paraprofessionals, and staff at John Adams, I have to ask why you, as the governing school board, voted to reopen schools without a full report of our ventilation systems and the lead mitigation. For months, we have been told everything is working as it should. Our buildings are ready to go. We have a plan. And then last Tuesday, we were basically told, oh, wait, we don't. We aren't. I was at John Adams all day last Tuesday doing what teachers do, teaching, planning, preparing, and getting things done. Scranton Electric was also there all day. I was amazed, and anyone who has ever stepped foot in the John Adams Gymnasium, recently reopened from the asbestos, on any day in any season, you would be too, as I felt air flowing from the vents in that gym. And as I mentioned, I've been there since 2005, and I never knew that was a possibility. I was later told that the previous energy company installed a brand new machine, but it was never connected. So this made me wonder why. Why are our classroom ventilation systems not working as they should? The summary report does not mention the functionality of our vent systems, and I'd like to know if the test will show the airflow rates in each room. Even though up until Tuesday, we've been told everything is working as it should, and I can tell you that they are not. Yes, we have windows at John Adams in our classrooms, windows that have supposedly been replaced, and I can tell you 3 of my 5 windows must either be constantly open or nailed shut. They can't do both. This is what will be considered ventilation in my classroom, even though you must have airflow for cross ventilation, and I can just say good luck with that. Our basement, as you heard earlier, is closed, which houses our cafeteria, art, music, library, computer room, title reading services, because we don't have mechanical ventilation down there. And that's just one building. There are buildings in far worse shape in terms of ventilation. I do not know how the very idea or conversation of reopening or a reopening plan occurred without that full report of our buildings, to be honest. I also take issue with the district placing blame on the teachers who have serious and life-threatening health issues for the reasons our buildings can't open or are delayed reopening. Just perhaps their health issues are related to the decades-long unsafe building conditions in our district. In closing, I do not think the issues of building ventilation and mitigation guidance would have truly been brought to light in a transparent manner if it were not for the SFT's constant request for walkthroughs with mechanical engineers and all stakeholders to prove that our buildings are indeed safe. I'm proud to stand with all of my colleagues. We know our buildings, we know our students, we know the needs that we face every day. We're just waiting for someone to step up and listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay. Our next three speakers, I'm going to continue to try to find them, but we're going to move on to Sandra Burgett Miller.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
I would like to comment on the racial comment that was mentioned by Ms. Bowen. I, an African-American mother, and I like to put emphasis on American. I have 7 children. They have all been raised in the Scranton School District for 30 years. I have went through the school system. I have foster children and adopted children that are still in the school district at this time. Many times I had to speak out for children of color being overlooked, passed by, not important enough. Systemic bias is what it was then and clearly what it is now. The fact that she does not know what the families are doing and how there are no documentations on them shows our children were never a priority. Now that there is now that we are threatened with the horrible virus COVID and it's time to come together, they can't because of fear of the unknown. That should have never been. I like to say, Miss Bowen is very insensitive, and I think she's out of touch with today's times. I believe she sets our Scranton School District back many years. I believe also that she is old and out of touch. I would like to say I can't understand how she's able to spew those type of words out of her mouth as if there's nobody here for her to answer to. Well, I am here, and I believe something should be done about this, because if she's not stopped, she will continue to do as she does. I have been told that she has crushed many tiny souls throughout many years. And I say enough is enough, because my children will not be hurt by her anymore. I thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. And Ginny, we're going to take a 3-minute break now.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we'll everybody back here at 9:11.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening to the administrators and board members of the Scranton School District. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. Just want to clarify the fact that I am just a
Mic's
teacher.
open. Mic's open.
think we're still waiting for a few people to come on. Mrs. Orr, are you back?
I don't think my timer is working, so I'm going to have to figure that out, but we're going to move on.
Okay. Mrs. Orr, before you move on, were you able to locate any of those?
No, we're still looking, and I emailed them back a couple times.
Okay. And I also neglected to remind everyone to put full names on. I apologize for that.
Yeah.
So
I'm having a little issue with that with someone right now that we're trying to change that name. So just bear with me with the timer, please.
That's perfectly fine.
Are the names something that we could say in case they're signed on to YouTube, or is that not, in case they're viewing incorrectly or something, so they know that we're not looking, we're looking for them or something?
If there are individuals who have not joined the meeting, that information is available on the website, as you said.
On the website.
On the front page of the website.
Okay. No, I was just asking if we could say the names like we usually do if someone's not showing up, just so that people knew what names we're looking for. But that's okay if we can't.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I think Ginny is monitoring that in writing, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to find them.
If there are any people who are planning to speak and are not signed on with the first and last name, please update your first and last name at this time. Okay. Mrs. Orr.
Okay. We're going to move on to Patricia Carr.
Thank you. Good evening to the administrators and board members of the Scranton School District. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I just want to clarify the fact that I am just a teacher with a degree and a few other certifications. However, I do not know much about HVAC systems, but I still have common sense. Late last week, I heard specific areas of some schools I enter each day to meet with my students should be avoided out of an abundance of caution due to lack of mechanical ventilation. All of the buildings need to be safe for all of our students and staff. I ask you to remember a few things. Teachers do want to return to school, but safe schools. But please remember, we all don't have windows to open in our classrooms or our teaching areas. For example, McNichols Plaza, there are no windows. Neil Armstrong, new windows were installed, but screens were not put in on all the windows. Adams, good luck opening those windows. Morris and Prescott basements are definitely used as classroom areas, even for me. Yes, I teach in the yellow areas, but those windows are definitely not accessible. I'm not sure board members are aware of all this information because of the specific areas aren't normally found on the typical building tour. I really teach in small areas of these buildings. I ask for safety for the students and personally ask honest building walkthroughs with teams comprised of ventilation experts, parents, and teachers who are familiar with the building, the traffic flow, the students, and who are able to use both intelligence and common sense when making decisions regarding our safe return to in-person instruction. This would, of course, include investigating filter upgrades for all the ventilation systems in all the buildings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Patricia.
Next, we have Christina Smalley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm one of the multi-disability teachers at Monticello, and I do have to say that I want to be in the classroom. My job would be so much easier if I was in the classroom with my students. But my main concern is the safety of my students and my coworkers. Our classrooms at our school tend, especially during the winter months, get so warm, it feels like the air is not moving. And we don't have windows where we could open them up to get fresh air to move that air. So that's a big concern for me because my kids, they have sensory issues where they won't wear masks or socks, shoes, hats, whatever. And they have health issues and all sorts of things going on with them. So I'm concerned for their health and well-being. Yes, I could wear a mask. I wear my mask. I do what I need to for the community because that's what I do. I want to be in the classroom. I want to keep everyone safe. My students, they can't take care of themselves. We have to feed them. We have to help them with their toileting skills. So we're in their faces constantly. Also, like clumsiness at times, I know myself, I know my colleagues, we've gone around cleaning our rooms, Lysoling them, the bathrooms that we use for our students. A lot of the maintenance guys, they're wonderful, they're fantastic, they'll do what we need to during the day. Other maintenance guys, they're not. But that's a different story. But my main thing is I want to make sure that myself, my students, and my colleagues are safe. And I'm hoping that the school board and community will all see that we need to keep everyone safe. And that all teachers, we want to be in the classroom with our kids because that's where we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Next, we have Pat Festa, but we need to we really need to make sure that we're signed into the right names, regardless of devices. I'm sorry if I sound Mr. Festa? Okay, we're going to move on. Bill, can you let Lynn Colley Harding in, please?
She's already in, Jenny.
Okay. Lynn?
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Wonderful. Good evening, everyone. I just want to thank you. I know these are trying times for everyone, and it's not easy. I'm a parent and a teacher, a resident of the city, a taxpayer, and a member of the SFT. I just want to thank you first for making public the ventilation study. That was something that we were all waiting for, and obviously you were as well, and probably one of the driving forces right now in the direction that we head. I've been a teacher in the district for about 25 years. I'm at Scranton High School. And first, as I said, I wanted to thank you for the ventilation study because that's something that I have checked on my list, and now that we can at least begin to digest that. Secondly, I'm hoping that you'll commit to walkthroughs the buildings with teachers who might have, as other teachers have mentioned, a more familiar perspective on the building. Next point is I know you discussed windows and lack of windows. You could see that's coming up as a common motif over and over again because there are buildings without windows. And I know that that the engineer mentioned that it wasn't necessary, but obviously we're going to try to look for all of our possible opportunities, I would say, to get the best ventilation in our buildings. Next, filter upgrades was discussed, so that's something you're working on. And then just ensuring the safety for our employees who do have legitimate life-threatening issues. And there are many of us. And I just wanted to recap by saying these issues have been going on for many, many years, and it's systemic. And it's coming to a head right now because of COVID. And maybe that's something good that we'll take away from this, that we'll get together and get some of these problems solved, but we can only do it together. And hopefully, we'll be hand in hand in that endeavor. Thanks again.
Thank you, Lynn.
Next, we have Pat Festa. Mr. Festa? Okay, we're going to move on.
Hi, Jenny, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh my God, this has been a struggle. Thank you very, very much for your patience, and I apologize. I go by many, many Zoom names because I'm the ER&D teacher. But good evening, Scranton School Board. I'm Patrick Festa, third grade teacher at McNichols Plaza Elementary School, second vice president at the SFT. Your vote last month to reopen schools after a lengthy discussion spearheaded by Director Hume, who cited, among others, a study of rural Wisconsin schools that had reopened, is the focus of my remarks. Soon after that vote, the board released a statement delaying that same reopening with 2 paragraphs that I heard on the 6 o'clock news on television, which made reference to 2 things, directors, namely that the school reopening was delayed because at that time, 50 teachers, due to serious health conditions, could not return, and therefore staffing was impossible. And then a second, less focused on paragraph concerning ventilation and unfinished ventilation reports and specific building concerns. The statement led me to conclude that of the 2 issues mentioned in your statement, reopening was delayed solely on the backs of teachers with serious health conditions. I also heard that from others in my neighborhood. As I heard this, I actually questioned how anybody could expect, anybody in a group of nearly 850 employees, that all would be able to return to in-person teaching while battling health issues. In any school district that has returned to a mode of face-to-face instruction, there has been a similar percentage of teachers that have had to make that same decision. At my school alone, my neighborhood school for 26 years, nearly 40% of my parents and guardians have opted for full virtual, while only a small percentage of all Scranton teachers said they were unable to return. Further, I would like to tell you that I was a member of the Hybrid Education Committee, and for many months we met to look at what hybrid would look like, and the teachers broached this very idea, we knew it was coming, of providing virtual schedules for those employees which could not return. And that, in my opinion, respectfully, inexcusably fell on deaf ears. That leads me to the issues of ventilation and incomplete reports and specific building concerns. It was common knowledge shortly after that several buildings have been fully or partially closed after your statement. Surely, before making such an important vote as you did, you had to have known that there might be serious safety issues at our schools. President Gilmartin surely would not have allowed a vote on such an important and emotional issue for our families and our students and your employees if the critical safety issues were not known, answered, and transparent at the time of the vote. All this back and forth, misplaced blame, and now schools partially or fully closed. I would like to say from the bottom of my heart, yes, I am going to finish. I am a union official. I thought I'd make it a little more. The issue of safety for the 28 and 9-year-olds that I connect with 2 times every day is the priority of myself and my union. So despite Director Hume's feelings of encouragement, I am left discouraged that this discussion wasn't held before your push to reopen. Please let me finish with one more sentence. Sure. Safety in Scranton is not based on emotionality. Safety in Scranton should never be based on unknowledgeable votes or false blame, or even schools in rural Wisconsin. But here in my neighborhood, safety should be about transparency. And in my neighborhood with my neighbors and the children that I teach, it should be about mitigation and proper ventilation and the right timing to do that. Before I walk back into my school with my third graders, at my home away from home, in my windowless school, I would hope that you would allow diverse and qualified representative teams to walk through my windowless school and others so that you can ensure to my 28 and
We are past 4 minutes now.
safety is number one. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Pat.
Next, we have Andrea Wharton. Andrea? Andrea? Okay. Bill, can we move on to Holly Mead?
Sure, she's already in.
Okay. Holly?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you. I'm sorry. It's my first time doing Zoom.
Is this Andrea?
Yes, this is she.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. It's my first time doing Zoom. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. I have just two things about the ventilation report. The guideline, these are just guidelines and recommendations. They're not mandates. Our children do need to be in school in person. I would really appreciate you guys to consider if they can go back, to go back. Also, I had Mrs. Bowen for 5th grade. She was known for her humiliation, for her verbal abuse. She was also known for her physical abuse. I will say it like that because she did paddle kids back in the day. She made kids feel like they would not amount to anything, and she told them that.
Andrea, we have to keep the comments not personal, please.
Okay. Just, I know for years that she was like that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrea.
Okay. Next, we have Holly Mead.
Hi, Jenny. Thank you.
Hi.
Good evening. The morning after the last board meeting on February 9th, I sent Mr. Doherty, Mrs. Hume, and my principal a picture of my new classroom. In the picture, all 5 windows have little signs on them that read "Broken, do not open." I mentioned in the email that I thought the board had passed and paid to have them fixed before. My response back was that our maintenance staff could surely fix this problem and it should have been uploaded into the system. I knew there would be a lot more difficulty in just fixing the windows. Our maintenance staff at Northeast are outstanding, but no matter how handy they are, the chances of them being able to jerry-rig and find parts to fix the 15-foot window sashes in my room are pretty slim. I went back in my notes and found the original board document from November 9th, 2016. It was a resolution presented by Bob Lesh, the former chairperson of the Building and Grounds Committee. In the document that was approved by the board, it stated that window repair systems in Westminster, South Carolina would be awarded $24,800 to repair the tilt window reconstruction lower sash only at Northeast. I again emailed the board on Friday of this week, providing both photos again and asking if the board would please investigate why only the 3rd floor windows had been fixed, but the 2nd and 1st floors had not. One director emailed me and said, "If you have any questions, please contact your principal and have him follow up on that contract." Another director emailed me and replied, "We can certainly inquire about the 2016 work. I have copied Mr. Doherty, Mrs. Mctiernan, and Dr. Finan." Here are my concerns regarding this issue. 2016 was 4 years ago. Did anyone question why the entire job wasn't completed then? Maybe we only paid for the 3rd floor to be fixed, but we don't know. But it brings up the larger issue. Year after year, our windows at Northeast have been brought to the administration to be fixed. Are we only being overlooked? Are they being looked at now because of my email and because of COVID? Why wasn't the administration proactive about this instead of reactive? At the last meeting, an administrator said every building is ready to go, when clearly they had been informed about our windows years prior to my email from 2 weeks ago. I have consistently said that communication is the Scranton School District's biggest problem. During our pandemic, you can't just tell the board what they want to hear. You must be 100% honest with all parties, students, family, staff, administration, and the board. Without honesty, we end up with many upset, worried families trying to figure out what's next. We need everyone to be on the same page because my students and their families deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
Next, we have Kathleen Beckwith.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
My name is Kathleen Beckwith. I'm a proud executive board member of the SFT, a 6th grade teacher at South Intermediate, and a parent of 2 children who completed Scranton's pre-K through 12th grade program. I'd like to address 2 issues tonight. The first, in your press release last week, you stated that reopening of schools would be pushed back due to 2 factors. The very first thing you mentioned in your release was understaffing, making it appear that the primary reason for keeping the schools closed was the teachers. But we all know the primary reason schools are not opening is your lack of preparedness. Although an administrator has assured you, the teachers, the parents, and the students of Scranton, that there were no issues with school ventilation, safety, or the reopening plan, we all know that this is not the case. Unfortunately, once again, the board used the teachers as the scapegoat, even though it was those same teachers who brought up these issues, not just for themselves, but for the students who will be attending every day. Did you ever do a quantitative measurement to determine if the systems are actually working as designed? The second issue I'd like to highlight deals with distribution of computers. The district has boasted that finally, after 6 months of being in school, we have received our 8,300 computers for our families. Are you aware of how a parent has to request a computer? Because I'm not sure that most of our parents do. In the past few weeks, there has been little to no communication about the availability of computers for our families who need them. In fact, the actual request form is buried on the bottom of at least page 3 of the district website. In speaking with many parents, I have had to walk them through the steps on the SSD website. Back in October, when I was teaching out of Scranton High, I addressed the issue with IT. It literally took less than 10 minutes to move the request for technology to the front page. So once again, a teacher has had to enlighten those in charge as to the needs of our families. Then again, do you truly understand the needs of our families? Teacher concerns are valid because we understand our families. We communicate regularly with them. We are the direct connection to our parents. This school board has done nothing to truly support our families. We understand the needs of the families of the Scranton School District and the importance of our programs. Our families need access to food, healthcare, computers, technology, busing, preschool, library, music, art, gym, mental health, and more. Aren't there members on this board who have taken all of this away or are in the process of doing so? I ask the board to truly listen to and communicate honestly with union leadership, teachers, and families of this district so that your decisions can be based on truth and not mislead our public. It's not enough to say that you have a diverse population. You need to prove with action that you understand the needs of the diverse population of our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Next, we have Vince Warner.
Thank you, Jenny. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Directors, I'm Vince Weiner, a West Scranton High School social studies teacher for 21 years and an SFT third vice president for the past 12 years. Quick shout out to West Scranton High School junior Victoria Watkins on her second district diving championship. I've taught Victoria for the past 2 years. She's a great student athlete. I have a few items to mention tonight to you. I would like to state the obvious first. Before bringing any teachers back into the buildings and students, We need assurances of a neutral third party that air, lead, asbestos, and mold levels are acceptable in all of our school buildings. Secondly, I would also ask that the district wait bringing teachers and students back into the classroom until more vaccines have been administered. It seems like Scranton School District teachers, it's hard to get vaccines. And I find this perplexing because many other faculties in surrounding districts have already gotten them. On a positive note, I'm glad to see Scranton School District finances are turning the corner. We are saving a lot of money since last March because of COVID, spending less on transportation, utility costs in buildings, paying substitute teachers, etc. Also, according to the newspaper recently, district money is coming in at a much higher than anticipated rate. So I guess that is why some central administrators have received raises recently with 2.5% guaranteed raises with satisfactory performance in future years. You are also going to vote tonight on a $30,000 contract with Frontline to recruit teachers to the district. Save that money and put that into a new professional and paraprofessional contract. No one will come to the Scranton School District because we have not had a contract in many years. Finally, if synchronous learning you are considering tonight is more strict, I fear it will fail because we as a district did not expect our students to attend virtual lessons with any of their cameras on last year and this year. All they have to do is watch our recordings. To change now in mid-year with longer class sessions, I fear participation and effort of the students will be even worse because we were so lenient thus far. We need a lot more information about what synchronous learning is going to be for both teachers and students. In closing, I trust future Scranton School Board meetings will be in person at either the spacious Scranton High School or West Scranton High School auditorium before sending our students back into the buildings as an example that it is safe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vince.
Next, we have Hope Petition.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hope, and I am an 8th grade student at South Scranton Intermediate. I first want to say thank you to all the individuals who are helping and working to bring students back and provide students with a good education. As a student myself, I have many concerns and am truly exhausted and feel hopeless in this situation. Oh, wait, hold on one second, please. I'm sorry. I am very fortunate that I have terrific teachers who care about me and my education, but there becomes a point where there's only so much they can do. School districts were invented to serve and teach the students, so why does it feel like we are always the last thought? I say this because if students' mental health and education were really the first priority, we would have the option to be back in school. I know firsthand how excited my little brother was to be going back to school. I know how much he misses the social interaction with his friends and teachers, and I also know his once again disappointed face when he heard that that might be postponed. While my older brother doesn't understand why he can't see his classmates and why he isn't in the classroom. He's extremely lucky that his parents fight for him and get him everything he needs to learn. But what about students where that's not the case? I thoroughly enjoy learning in school, but the last thing I want to do every day is stare at a computer screen for 5 to 8 hours. I'm truly worried that students might not be ready and will be thrown into high school. We've also missed half of our middle school experience. What about the parts like clubs, sports, and overall working together? For example, I'm the editor of South's newspaper, the Spartan Voice. We started out in October with only 4 members and produced our first paper in 3 days. Since we have published 6 editions and now have 9 members from 6th, 7th, and 8th grades, this just proves that students are desperately trying to connect and learn together. I admit that I am envious of my friends and relatives who go to other school districts and might be going back 5 days a week, while we can't even go back 1. Life is all about evolving and rolling with the punches, so why does it feel like we're still stuck in March of 2020? Students need to be back in the classroom, and excuses need to stop being made. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Hope.
Next, we have Michael Ferris.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Thank you. So my name is Michael Ferris, and I am a chemistry teacher at Scranton High School. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear me. I would like to say that just because the doors are open elsewhere does not mean that it is safe. I can say from personal experience that I don't believe a single student, teacher, staff member should be afflicted with any disease that they do not want. I think that I am very cautious and concerned because historically the district has had concerns with safety and health before, especially considering asbestos and lead. Now it's ventilation, and it's not a new concern. It's one that we've been waiting to hear a ventilation report on, and I'm glad to hear the results tonight, although they seem incomplete. My personal experience is with West Scranton High School, where if anyone who has ever been in West Scranton High School knows ventilation is very, very poor in that building. I taught for 5 years in a room that reached 90 degrees on some days in early fall, late spring. And to alleviate the problem, a fan was optioned as an ideal solution, and that just isn't the case. I feel like the solutions that have been given have been poor, and the impressions that have been made have not been adequate for the amount of time and effort that's been spent on this. I do realize that MERV 13 filters are difficult to come by. However, I find it difficult to understand why universities like Marywood and the University of Scranton can have access to them and why they have updated their ventilation systems, but we have not. I'm also very concerned about this bipolar ionization because Ashrae does not have a position on it. Anyone can go and research this as I have. And as a chemistry teacher, I can tell you that the only way to sterilize air is through the UV light. I have no idea why GPI decided to make that decision. I cannot speak for everyone in my union, but I can say that I do wish to be in person as long as everyone can be safe. Finally, I was devastated to hear about a school shooting in Arkansas today, and it is my sincere hope that it is part of the education plan that if we were to return, that metal detectors do become an everyday usage. Thank you very much for listening to me tonight.
Thank you, Michael. And with that, we will take another 3 minutes. Mrs. Orr, do we have everybody back? Looking at the screens here. Not quite.
Waiting for Ms. Cruz. This is Yanni, I think. Oh, there she is. We're all here.
Very good. Very good.
Okay.
Move on. Thank you.
Sure. Next, we have Matt Barrett.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your service to the Scranton School District. I know it's a difficult job, but I do appreciate it. I think that the district and the school board ought to consider bringing in an educational consultant. You've relied upon venting consultants. You've looked at every room, every vent, every duct. Last year, it was asbestos and lead and environmental experts. I think the district really needs to bring in some educational consultants and look at every student, every classroom, every work assignment to figure out whether or not the students are actually getting the education that they deserve. There is a saying, where there is a will, there's a way. And we know that schools can open. There's no debate whether or not schools can open. We know they can. We don't need to look far. We can look at right outside of our district to the surrounding districts. We know it can be done. It's just a matter of whether or not the Scranton School District is creative, willing, and capable of providing education to students in person. We know Dr. Levine in January said that there are clear educational benefits to providing in-person instruction. Now, I'm not really clear what the recommendation of the administration is. My understanding is that there's a motion, I guess, to be made later on, which goes to synchronicity, which I guess means not going in person. Again, Mr. Doherty said last meeting that the HVAC systems are working as designed. The experts tonight seem to say the HVAC systems are working as designed. Yes, you might have a problem here and there, but you deal with them on a daily basis. So again, why would you not return to school? No one has pointed to any guidelines or regulations that say you cannot provide in-person instruction. I think obviously one of the questions would be, is there a handle on how many students would actually return if you offered a hybrid instruction? It's not clear how many staff you would need. I have to assume that the teachers who have spoken and the president of their organization who spent a little time castigating the medical community last meeting would step up to the plate and work with the district in order to make sure that the staffing needs are met. I can't imagine they would not. Clearly, there should be a plan by which buildings that cannot be used, alternative buildings could be used. Why we need additional time for this is not very clear to me, as it's been months and months and months. It's not clear to me why Northeast Intermediate is not up and running, considering that was closed on January 31, 2020. How that HVAC system cannot be up to speed is, again, somewhat shocking. 2 years ago, the state placed this district in financial recovery. 2 years ago, Dr. Finan took control. She said tonight that she intends to be very involved in the process. She's very involved in the process. The state has an obligation to ensure the effective delivery of educational services to every student in a district in recovery. 2 years, and we still have facilities that apparently are not up to snuff, and apparently we have a teaching staff that is reluctant to coming back to the classroom. I think it's time that if we want to exercise local control, we actually exercise local control. Thank you again.
Thank you, Matt.
Next, we have Ruth Weisenburn.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Weisenburn. I am a speech pathologist at George Bancroft Elementary School. I read the statements made at the previous board meeting by Mrs. Rosemary Bowen and the accusations of her being a racist that came after. I respect the way people feel about this issue, but I would like to add my perspective as a Hispanic born and raised in Puerto Rico and living in this area for the past 11 years after moving from New York. I believe that Mrs. Boland's statements have been misinterpreted. I think the message that she intended to convey was really to advocate for our students who may not have the same access to health care and get sick and can get sick through us as well. Her comments, I think, are supported by statistics that point out that the communities more affected by COVID-19 are the African American and Latino communities, often because their jobs tend to expose them more to the virus and for the limited access to healthcare services that they may have. My perspective is different as a Latina and as one of the few minority professionals hired in this district. I would like to state that in my experience with Mrs. Boland for almost 10 years, I have never felt any racism or bigotry from her. She has always treated me with professionalism and respect. I have worked closely with the minority population, especially the growing Hispanic population in Scranton, since I began to work for the school district in 2011. What will affect the minority population is closing one of the schools, George Bancroft Elementary, a school whose student body is 52% Hispanic and where most of the parents do not speak English. Closing this school will present tremendous hardship to the Hispanic community around Bancroft. I know firsthand that many of the families do not have transportation and will have great difficulty picking up their children if need be during the day. I cannot imagine how a sick child will walk a mile home with a parent when the nurse calls home in the middle of the day that the child needs to go home. Closing Bancroft will have a real impact in the life of these families. This decision will complicate the life of many Hispanic families already struggling and add stress and suffering to their lives. I urge the board to consider the repercussions for the students and their families in their neighborhood school if their neighborhood school is closed. I would like to ask if there's a way you can use some of the CARE funding to make the repairments needed for Bancroft. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
We have Bridget McAndrew.
Yeah.
Bridget?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, hi, thank you. My name is Bridget McAndrew and I'm an elementary teacher at McNichols Plaza. I'm a resident of Scranton as well. I'm very concerned about safely returning to our schools. I, like so many of my colleagues, miss our students, our school, and the normalcy of teaching in school. Even though I am a stage 4 metastatic breast cancer survivor, I was planning on returning to school today. I was relying on the district, administration, and the school board to bring the students and teachers back to school safely. I was thankful to the union for asking for walkthroughs of each of the buildings and checking the ventilation and air quality of each of the schools. I was shocked to hear early last week from some of my colleagues from various schools in the district that they were not allowed to go into part of their buildings or not into their building at all because of poor air quality or ventilation. Looking back at the school board's response in early February to the SFT's safety concerns, it was mentioned that the district's engineer, GPI, is wrapping up a study of the ventilation systems in all of our facilities. I am shocked that you voted to bring us back before the study was complete. Also, it said staff should feel free to open windows where available. Well, my school doesn't have windows, and many schools are not do not have working windows. And of course, like they said earlier, in Northeast Pennsylvania, you can't open windows when it's like 10 degrees. The letter also stated that our mechanical systems are not designed to utilize MERV 13 filters. Although tonight, Arif mentioned that they should be replaced with MERV 13 filters. And also, of course, and/or air purifiers, but most filters are universal. Staff at each school were directed in this letter to change ventilation filters 4 times a year. I think that you should rethink that as well, because that is the maximum life of a filter. They're usually blocked and need to be changed earlier than that. The ventilation systems in each school work as designed. We keep hearing that tonight. Well, that's not very helpful if the ventilation system is antiquated and not working as it should, especially during a pandemic of this kind. Besides making sure the ventilation and air quality is safe to return, I also think the school should be taking students' temperatures before they come into the classrooms. Other districts are doing this. And I know just because someone has a fever, it doesn't mean that they have COVID, but it does mean that they can have something that's contagious. And catching this before they come into our classroom and take their mask off and eat breakfast, which usually takes longer than 15 minutes, and they could be infecting the whole class. I also think that there should be a parent survey or screener in place that they should fill out daily or at least weekly to verify that they haven't traveled out of the area or haven't been exposed. I've had several students travel to
I have to ask you to finish up, please.
Or I'm almost done. Just this week, one of my students went to New York last week for a family emergency for at least a week into New York. We all want to go back to school safely, please. Let's do it safely, and losing one life is just one too many. Thank you.
Next, we have Rosemary Boland.
Good evening.
Hi, Rosemary.
Hi. I would like to reiterate everything that you, the school directors, and our central administration staff have heard from all of our teachers tonight and concerned parents. It is obvious to anyone listening that people are very scared because anybody would be scared of the unknown. And this virus, for as much as it's talked about on television, it is an invisible enemy. We need to make this right. And how do we do that? I think several people suggested, and I concur. I think what we need to do is what we've done in the past. We should sit down together and make a plan of action so that students can come back to school, teachers can do what they do best, that is teach. How do we do that? We have to ensure and make sure everybody believes that our schools are safe. And right now, I think there's a big question mark on that. I believe we can make this work, but we do have to do this as a team, and we have to get the science correct. And as far as our teachers are concerned and our paraprofessionals are concerned, when you are suffering the ill effects of multiple myeloma or serious upper respiratory diseases or several autoimmune diseases that impact you personally, you are scared to death to even leave your home, let alone go into a building that you don't know whether or not that building is safe. So please, we can make this happen. We've done this work before when it came to the asbestos and the lead in the water. We were able to bring in experts to sit down with us and figure it out. I am positive we have the ability to do that again, but it's going to take a huge team effort. And I honestly believe the word trust has to be a part of this. And right now, an awful lot of trust isn't in existence. And I do also recognize the fact that surrounding districts are back to school. They're not us. They're smaller than we are. Many of their teachers have been vaccinated, which I'm thrilled for them. I think that's awesome. And I know what you have heard tonight is true. But let's get it done. We've talked enough. We've listened. I congratulate you on your report tonight, but it's still not enough. So let's get this done. Let's sit down, figure it out calmly, use the science, and make it happen. It's not going to happen if all we keep doing is talking about it. We've got to use science, and we've got to use it now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Rosemary.
Next, we have Mike Fraunfelker.
Good evening. Thank you for your commitment to Scranton. The students need to go back to school immediately. I just want to reiterate that point. The entire district should be going back to school this month. CDC guidelines call for it. Just an observation, you have athletics taking place in a lot of these same buildings. Since the Chromebooks have been passed out, synchronous instruction should begin immediately with students attending live classes now. I don't really understand the dates that have been proposed for some of this to begin, and even the dates in the discussion. If they were to go back hybrid, it all seems very arbitrary. And I have some questions. How does an issue with one building and an annex prevent an entire district from returning to in-person instruction? The bottom line is you already made a decision that was voted on. You need to stay true to that vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
Next, we have Maria Hurst.
You're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Hurst. I've been a teacher in the district for 18 years, and you've been kind enough to hear me speak at the last several meetings. At the last several meetings, when there would be questions about the safety of the buildings and ventilation, and it was always stated by an administrator, there's a plan for that. There's a plan for that. Well, during my 18 years, and most recently, I'd say probably during the last 10, I have made the statement probably daily. The public would never believe what goes on in these buildings. If they could see it, they would never believe it. And board members, you are the public. And I think after what has happened since the last meeting, you're now starting to realize that there's a great divide between what really goes on in the buildings and what information you are provided with. I am not saying that is malicious or it's not. I'm just stating a fact, and I believe that's how you feel at this point, or some of you, because I can tell by comments earlier in the meeting that some people feel that they might have some egg on their face after a decision was made. They felt ill-informed, and I don't blame you for feeling that way. I certainly would myself. And it goes back to nobody could ever believe the things that go on in the Scranton School District. And I've been around long enough to think I've seen it all. And then, the district outdoes itself. And that being said, I'd like to speak on the idea of synchronous learning. We have just completed, or started today, the 5th week of the 3rd quarter. Quarters typically have 10 weeks. And so we are, well past the halfway point of the school year. We, the teachers, are the ones that know what works with our students. I know I have a family, a blended family, that I educate one of their children. They have 8 children doing this virtual learning, and they are killing it. That mother has them all on every meet, but those meets are only, 15 minutes at a time. How are you going to have the bandwidth in any home to have 8 children on all day, 46 minutes at a clip? It's not that we don't want to do our jobs. That's what we signed up for. We want to be in the building doing that for 46 minutes at a time, but this is going to cause a disaster. What's been going on has been working. You're going to change it late in the game, and the kids are going to fail. Your attendance is going to tank because it's impossible for these kids with the bandwidth in their home and the number of people on devices in their home, including parents working from home, for synchronous learning to work. So in closing, you guys were doing so good for so long. You had me nervous last meeting, but please don't Scranton School District this. It's working. Finish it off. Let it be. Let the people that do this every day,
Maria, you have to finish up, please.
Okay. Let the people that do this every day be the ones that you listen to. We've spent more time in the classroom than anyone that you're listening to on these ideas. So I thank you for your time, and I hope you guys get an early night. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Next, we have Maureen Maher Gray.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Wonderful. My name is Maureen Maher Gray. I'm the Executive Director of the NEPA Youth Shelter. I operate an after-school high school teens only center at 541 Wyoming Avenue. I also run a rapid rehousing program for 18 to 21-year-olds who are homeless and may still need to complete high school. 95% of our clients are people of color and or from immigrant families. I'm privileged to work with these teens of color and immigrant teens almost every day at our center. I am responding to this evening to the comments made by Rosemary Bowen in the past few weeks, specifically about our communities of color and our immigrant families. Mrs. Bowen's comments were, at best, very insensitive. At worst, they were racist. One cannot excuse her comments as unintended or misstated. These comments were deliberate on Mrs. Bowen's part. There is no excuse or defense for her words. It is incredibly disappointing and unprofessional for her to single out people of color and immigrants as unclean and COVID spreaders. She repeats hurtful stereotypes attributed to people of color and immigrants. They do not deserve to be treated that way. Mrs. Bowen has been the leader of the teachers union for many, many years. She owes the community of color more than an apology. She should meet with families that she easily insults and be required to sit quietly while these folks explain why her remarks are so hurtful. Proactive outreach on her part will go a long way to clear the air and deepen the understanding among everyone involved. Failure to impose some consequence on Mrs. Bowen tells our community that racism is not only tolerated, but espoused by the union and its membership. She is supposed to care for all the people in our school district, no matter their race, creed, or color. Everyone's watching to see whether Mrs. Bowen will be held accountable for her remarks. Step up, Mrs. Bowen, and make this situation right. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Maureen.
Next, we have Adam McCormick.
Good evening. My name is Adam McCormick. I'm a teacher at Scranton High School, a proud SFT member. Scranton School District Student Handbook states that their mission is to educate, inspire, and empower students. Their vision aims to educate students to their full potential and prepare them to be successful in their lives. This ultimate goal is something that every teacher, every speech therapist, every paraprofessional, every school nurse, and many others also share. We build trust and relationships with all of our students and their families. That trust helps us to educate, inspire, and empower. I feel as if this trust is being systematically attacked by those who share a stake in these goals. For example, during school board discussions about the return to in-person instruction, which we all look forward to, the phrase return to work has been said. Perhaps these have been minor slips of the tongue, but they incorrectly imply that educators are not working and undermine the efforts that your employees have made to go above and beyond to continue to educate, inspire, and empower during an unprecedented pandemic. The press release delaying the anticipated return to in-person learning cited first and foremost the fact that 50 teachers would not be able to return to in-person learning due to health conditions, and only then the fact that some buildings may not be suitable for a return anyway. Tonight's presentation certainly validates many of the questions that the SFT has raised regarding safety and ventilation. Wouldn't the fact that some buildings may not be ready preclude us from returning to in-person learning with the February plan that was proposed? Some colleagues received emails from their elementary school principals informing them that their school would be closed until further notice. This was posted before the press release mentioned above, and yet teachers still remained the headlining reason there would be a delayed return to in-person learning. A percentage of teachers being unable to return is something that should have been a plan for. According to US Today in May of last year, 20% of teachers may not return to classrooms during the pandemic. The same percentage, 20, was cited by a separate poll in Education Week in November. By those comparisons, the educators in the Scranton School District are that much more committed, with only 5.9% unable to return to the classroom and their students. This raises the question about the order of the press release. Was it a random flip of the coin that named the teachers as the primary obstacle to return, or was it intentional? Either way, I worry that, again, our efforts to educate, inspire, and empower, and the community's trust in us were once again undermined. I cannot stress enough that every teacher, paraprofessional, school nurse, and others recognize the value that in-person learning offers. We cannot wait to get back into the classrooms and actually see all of our students. However, we also recognize that we have to do it safely in order to protect those same students, their families, and our communities. Address the concerns the SFT, parents, students, and I am sure you yourselves have about ventilation and other concerns. Work with your employees instead of around them. You need to stop pointing a finger and instead prepare a plan. With such a discerning eye on the language that we all use, I ask that the school board and central administration be aware of the perception and echoes that your language has. Consider your mission statement, recognize the role of your employees, and support us toward our shared goal of educating, inspiring, and empowering all the students of the Scranton School District. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam.
Next, we have Brandy Solomon. Brandy?
I got it, Miss Virginia. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. You know, my name is Brandy Solomon. I've spoken at a couple of these meetings so far, and I do need to say I do see progress being made, but I see that we were set back. We were set back in a major way. The last meeting that there was public comment, we allowed Miss Rosemary Bowen just to go a little too far. There was nobody there to stop her. Nobody muted her. Nobody asked her to stop. Nobody said, no, you can't say that. She's done this for years. I have many teachers as friends, and when they all come to me and say, Brandy, thank you for speaking up, but I just can't do that, she'll ruin me. There's a problem then. There's a problem within our community, and it trickles down. We have good teachers in our district, and they're being misrepresented, and they can't speak out. They can't speak out for fear they'll lose their livelihood. And that's wrong. We can't live like that as a community. We can't do that. And we can't expect our teachers to do that either. We have good teachers that want to go into those buildings, and we're losing our kids. And I know this because I'm losing my son, and I feel like a crab in a barrel crawling to save my son. So I know, and I know the type of love I give my son. We're losing our kids, and this synchronous learning, parents we have nothing. I'm so sorry, but we have nothing more to give you. We really don't. We've given you our all. We really honestly have. We've been there every step of the way. We've been listening to these meetings. We've been offering advice. We've been corresponding with teachers. We've been apologizing to teachers. There's some days I'm so hurt by my children just not wanting to do something. I immediately apologize to their teachers. And this synchronous learning is going to break us. We're going to lose our kids even more. It is going to break us. There's buildings. Why can't we move elementary school into the Scranton Senior High? Since 6 through 12 isn't going back, why can't those children go there? There are kids with real problems, worse than what I'm going through. Families not eating. Families not even able to get down from the hill to get their computers to learn. The times are not, it doesn't suit everybody. 9 to 1 or 9 to 2. Some parents can't get there to get the computer. Yeah, you have it, but we can't get there to do it. Some people can't even get there to get the food from 10 to 1. It's free food. Everybody wants free food. If they're not getting there to be able to get the food, how are they going to get there to get the computers? You
I
need,
have to ask you to finish up, please.
take a good hard look at what you're doing to us as parents and what you're doing to our children. Take a good hard look at the good teachers that want to actively teach in the buildings and that aren't afraid of Miss Bowen. And then come up with a plan. But don't put us over a barrel anymore.
Thank you, Brandy.
That will wrap up our public comment. I'll just mention that written comment was received from Elizabeth Zakola, Allison Murray, Kim Ganal, and Nikki Petrillo.
Thank you, Jenny.
You're welcome.
Okay. Now may I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes of January 5th and 14th and February 1st?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So
moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
On the question? Roll call, please, Mrs. Orr.
Ms. Cruz,
Present, or yes, excuse me, yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Ms. Hume,
Yes.
Mr. Malloy,
yes.
Mr. McAndrew,
Yes.
Mrs. Welby,
Yes.
Mrs. Yanni,
Yes.
Ms. Gilmartin,
Yes.
8 affirmative.
D8, we will have a motion to approve the Pennsylvania Local Government Investment Trust for investment of bonds proceeds. The utilization of rebate eligible procurement cards for capital expenses as allowable by board policy 609 and 625. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
On the question? Roll call, please, Mrs. Orr.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Ms. Hume,
Yes.
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Mr. McAndrew,
Yes.
Mrs. Welby? Yes? Okay. Mrs. Yanni,
Yes.
Ms. Cruz,
Yes.
Ms. Gilmartin,
Yes.
8 affirmative.
D2, we will have a motion to create an advisory committee of interested stakeholders to study specific school issues pertaining to a hybrid model of education. The committee would be beneficial to engage parents, educators, and mental health experts to monitor the transition and its educational and emotional implications per the attached. If this is approved this evening, details and instructions for interested parties will be available on the website, similar to the way we dealt with the environmental task force. We will post this information, accept letters of interest with the deadline sometime next week, and then establish the committee and go from there. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
On the question? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries, and Ginny will get that together tomorrow to post. D3, a motion to approve the purchase of Smart Zone controllers, licenses, and support from Dauphin Datacom Ruckus Wireless. The purchase is contingent upon receiving the E-rate funding per the attachment. The gross cost of the purchase is $46,584 $6.60. However, the district receives an 85% discount through E-rate, bringing the total to $6,987.69. May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Seconded.
On the question? Roll call, please, Mrs. Orr.
Ms. Hume,
Yes.
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Mr. McAndrew,
Yes.
Mrs. Welby,
Yes.
Mrs. Yanni,
Yes.
Ms. Cruz,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Ms. Martin,
Yes.
8 affirmative.
We will have a motion, D4, a motion to approve the attached resolution in support of continued participation in the Northeast Pennsylvania Regional-Wide Area Network per the attached. May I have a second, or may I have a motion, pardon me.
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
On the question? I do not see a financial implication here. Am I correct about that, or am I not scrolling down far enough? Oh, no, I do see one. I apologize. I didn't go far enough. Yep. Thanks, Pat.
Yep.
Anyone else on the question? Roll call, please, Mrs. Orr.
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Mr. McAndrew,
Yes.
Mrs. Welby,
Yes.
Mrs. Yanni,
Yes.
Ms. Cruz,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Ms. Hume,
Yes.
Ms. Martin,
Yes.
8 affirmative.
D5, we will have a motion to reconsider the board motion of February 8th, 2021 regarding in-person education and approve this motion to begin synchronous virtual learning for grades 6 through 12 on March 15th and grades 3 through 5 on March 22nd. Pre-K through 2 students will transition on March 22nd to live virtual lessons daily. The district will continue developing a timeline for in-person hybrid education. All teachers may remain teaching remotely during synchronous lessons. May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
On the question?
On the question, this is about the language of the motion. And Director Gilmartin, you did a fine job reading it, but let me just read the first part again, because it says approve motion to reconsider the board motion of February 8th, 2021 regarding in-person education. And I am not reconsidering the board's motion of February 8th, 2021 regarding in-person education. I voted to return to in-person instruction as soon as it was safe to do so. And I am relying on federal and state and local officials and our administrators for guidance as to when that is. That remains my vote. In other words, I can't vote yes on the motion as it is stated. But I did hear earlier that the Bancroft and Whitaker Annex situations and the yellow areas that were pointed out during the presentation are going to necessitate some more time. So I am making a friendly amendment as follows. And I'm going to read again. Just the first part, again, it says approve motion to reconsider the board motion of February 8th, 2021 regarding in-person education. My suggestion for this friendly amendment is that the motion read approve motion to reconsider the board motion of February 8th, 2021 regarding the timeline for in-person education. And in making this friendly amendment, I sincerely hope that the adjusted timeline is only a few weeks. Thank you.
May I have a second on the friendly amendment?
I'll second it.
On the question of the friendly amendment.
On the question, I agree with Jim, or Director Malloy. I think we need to do everything in our power to get these buildings up and running when we can. I mean, we heard a lot of sides, and I understand every side of it. But we do have to, try to get kids back into school as soon as possible, but we do have to make some improvements. So I still think the goal is the same, but, we need to start right away to, make this reality and do what we can to open up some of these buildings. And if we have to do some outside the box thinking, we have to do some outside the box thinking, but I agree with you, Mr. Malloy's amendment.
Anyone else on the question of the amendment? And we'll still have on the question of the main motion, just so you're all clear. Okay, roll call, please, Mrs. Orr, on the amendment.
On the friendly amendment, Mr. McAndrew,
Yes.
Mrs. Welby,
Yes.
Mrs. Yanni,
Yes.
Ms. Cruz,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Ms. Hume,
Yes.
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Ms. Martin,
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Now on the question of that amended motion. Tara?
I guess, we heard several speakers ask, is sending our staff and our students to alternative buildings an option at this time? So does administration feel that that would be an option? Could we staff that, like starting at our March 15th date?
I think, again, we have to go back now based on the decision that the board makes and honestly look at, if you're just looking at pre-K to 5, looking at as far as staffing, where we are with just pre-K to 5. And then, the board would have to make a decision if there's a lot of factors here. Or is the board going to consider bringing in pre-K to 5 teachers and letting 6 through 12 remain home and work from home? And are those teachers then 6 through 12 going to be resend their ADA and FMLA? That's something to consider. Is there discussion that happened today regarding moving individual, based on what happened today at the board meeting, moving individual students to other buildings, as you heard tonight? Absolutely. That's been a discussion since we've been discussing that. What I need tonight is what the board decision is, and then we need to start tomorrow with what our options are. So yes, all of those things, to answer your question, Director Yanni, all of the things that you mentioned, yes, are in consideration, but the board will also have to factor in situations such as what I've just told you. And, for, again, another thing, for every action, there's a reaction. So if we decide to move students to a different building, they then may all qualify for transportation. Is the board going to allow us to transport all of those students and pay for that? And financially, is that something that, Dr. Finan's going to allow? So there's, to every situation now, there's going to be a reaction. We're going to lay everything out, and then we will come back with a plan once the final decision is made by the board tonight. I hope I answered your question, but yes, we're considering all of those factors.
So is it an either or? So if we pass this motion tonight and we go into synchronous learning, that is to start when? Is that March 15th?
March 15th, it would start for our 6 through 12 students. And then I guess this would be a good time, if you don't mind me moving forward on one point. The reason why we did that is we know that this is something new for our district. So we are going to have challenge and obstacles. We know that. So as we work through those, we thought it would be easier to work with one cohort of students, which we decided to be 6 through 12, to work through those obstacles or any challenges we have before we move forward with synchronous for our 3 through 5, which, again, I'm going to state, the goal is to get kids back into the building. Absolutely, number one priority. We want our kids back face to face. So as we work through some of the obstacles we heard tonight, we want to move towards synchronous. Is it a perfect timing? No, I'm not sure when that perfect timing would be. So we just decided that March 15th, we would move forward with that. That would give us a week, and then move forward the following week with some of our elementary students in grades 3 through 5.
So just one last question then. When do you think that you would have a plan that you could give to us if we move ahead with this? We start the synchronous learning on March 15th. At what date do you think you could have those questions that you just proposed, have those answers put together to present to the board so that we could reconsider going back in person?
Well, we'll move forward, again, we're going to start planning tomorrow, and this will affect, so we've got to look at transportation. We've got to look at all of those issues. I mean, we're definitely going to have a plan for you. We'll also have some answers from our experts, which we heard from tonight, as far as if there's easy solutions or how we're going to move forward with those yellow spaces also, which we still have to get answers for. Because are we going to close them off and just say you're not going in, or are we going to try to fix them? So I would say by the next work session, you should definitely have a timeline, and we also should have an answer for some of those situations with regard to ventilation that we heard tonight. That's definitely a target date. My hope is that, if we learn some of those things earlier and we put that plan together and we have to call for a special meeting, that may be something we have to do also. I think let us work through some of these, and we keep you posted on a weekly basis in your Friday packet, so you'll be well aware of the planning that's going on and where we're at. And we'll also keep you posted from AREEF and GPI and on that case, Paul will keep you posted on all of those updates, and it'll all hopefully come together and we'll be able to move forward with this. I think one thing for certain that we all know from tonight is that Bancroft and Annex will not open. And so I need to find a space. If our intention is to bring everyone back and not just elementary, then I need to find a space for those students. If our intention is to just bring pre-K to 5 back, then, we may be able to use some of those secondary buildings at this time. But again, for every action, there's a reaction. So if we do that, then there's going to be other things that we have to bring in front of the board, such as, like I said to you, transportation. And another thing just to think about as I'm talking, if we put elementary kids at Scranton High School, there will be a lot of movement of furniture. I can't have kindergarten kids sitting in a big desk at Scranton High School. So there's a lot of moving parts right now. As far as the easiest solution would be to be able to get all of my elementary students in my elementary buildings. We also know that right now with hybrid, it's 50%. So I've got to try to maintain 6 feet apart and all of those obstacles. So, and if I have 2 buildings that I'm currently not opening, it's a math problem.
Missy, I see Ro's hand up. Quickly before you speak though, Ro, I just want to clarify. Does this motion require further action? Or are we making this motion saying we know we will begin synchronous on March 15th and March 22nd, but we are still moving forward with a return to in-person at the earliest date possible? Or are we going to have to come back and reaffirm that as well?
I believe, President Gilmartin, that the motion is you would not have to come back, most specifically after the friendly amendment, because it's talking about a timeline.
Okay.
So I think once the timeline's met, you've already said that you'll do that.
Okay.
I think it's just a matter of notifying the community when that happens.
Okay, that was my.
And the one thing is with regards to buildings, Director Gilmartin, I'll just add that I think it's really important that our experts are answering the questions with regards to buildings. So they're going to have to come back and give an update on the progress and the work that has been done as far as what we discussed today and where we are on our next meeting. That's not something I will ever speak to, because that's not my background. So I want the experts in front of you that are telling you this is the scenario, and then they tell me you have to figure it out with regards to the students and how you're going to deliver the educational model.
Okay, thank you. Ro, I apologize. I just wanted to clarify that.
That was very well caught, President Goodman. I hadn't got that one. I have one concern, Superintendent Mctiernan, and that is that obviously we had planned originally to bring our K-2s back first and then our 3 to 5s. And I think the way that you structured the transition to synchronous, putting the K-2s last, does give us the flexibility of hopefully bringing them back in before they go to fully synchronous. My only concern is the load on the teachers with going K-2 fully synchronous, that they will be putting a lot of effort into getting that ready, and then suddenly we might pull them in. And that's all right. I don't know what I said to upset him, Director Mctiernan. So that's something that I feel that we need to, the sooner we can work out whether we can get our K-2s back for the sake both of that group and that cohort and their teachers. Because
yes, I agree with you. I agree with you, Director Human. And synchronous education for a pre-K to 2 student, that's not fair. And that, you know, any research you do with regard, any research that screen time for a kindergarten student to sit for 6.5 hours is not conducive to learning. So I agree with you. And that's the reason we rolled it out that way is, number one, we wanted to make sure that we were introducing synchronous with our older students, number one. And number two, the hope is still to turn around and get our pre-K to 2 students in-person learning first. So yes, you are correct.
I have personal experience with trying to keep a 7-year-old on Zoom for 4 sessions a day, and she beats me every time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I appreciate the challenges, and I appreciate the challenges that all our teachers and all our students are going to go through with the transition to synchronous. But I applaud the administration for understanding that we can now are in a position to start taking on bigger challenges.
Yes, and our teachers have risen to the challenge every time we have given them that. And this is the new challenge for us. And we believe that we need to move forward with this for our kids. And I know our teachers will rise to the occasion, as they always do.
I agree.
Yeah. Question.
You know what? I think Gretchen has been trying to say something, Catherine.
I just want to clarify, a lot of speakers asked for walkthroughs of the buildings, and I just want to clarify that that is indeed how the information on the ventilation systems came about, by experts walking through the buildings, correct?
Yes, that's a great point, Director Welby, and they are a third party, because so we're relying on them.
And they're the expert. If I walked through a building to look at the ventilation system, I would not know what I was looking at, so it would be useless for me to walk through. So I think it's good that the experts who know what they're talking about did walkthroughs through these buildings to assess the ventilation.
And so I agree
that
with
has
you.
been covered. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, thank you. And that's as if somebody asked me to walk through. I wouldn't know what I was looking for in a ventilation system either. I'm not an HVAC person, so agreed.
Catherine.
Yes. My main question is in regards to Bancroft. When you're looking at where these students could potentially go, the thing that comes to my mind is if it is in consideration to close this building, is it at all possible to see if they could be incorporated into the hybrid plan at Tripp, rather than, God forbid that, say this moves forward and we stuck them into a high school and then we closed their school and then stuck them into another school. If we're already concerned about the challenges that they may face, if we can look at, we're saying there's enough room in Tripp for Bancroft. So are these things that we could look at now rather than, I don't want to see them be pinged across all over the place. I'm just wondering if this is something that could be looked at.
Yes, and thank you for that. And yeah, that is a discussion that we had today. And again, a lot is going to depend on our hybrid schedule. And if those students will fit into that schedule, please, consider when we were moving Bancroft students, when the recommendation to move Bancroft students to Tripp comes into play, we were not basing those numbers on a hybrid, obviously, schedule. So we will be running all of those numbers. And yes, that is a very good point. And yes, we did discuss that today.
Thank you.
If we tentatively move to synchronous learning, I'm assuming that would mean that the need for technology would increase even more, as before, if like a student could have one device and then their sibling could then use it for their other class. But since we'll be moving to this, Mr. Doherty, now that we do have the Chromebooks that we ordered, has the demand met that supply? Are people coming in and getting the Chromebooks that they were waiting for so long?
Thank you for the question. I apologize. My internet's been going in and out a little bit, but they have not been leaving our buildings as quickly as I would have anticipated. We have lots and lots of Chromebooks ready to go, and our buildings are open every day for parents to come and secure a device for their children, and we're not having as much success as I would have anticipated. I know that our principals have been reaching out to families multiple times a week, both personal calls to parents that had reached out, and then they're trying to get a hold of them, but also, through social media and one calls. And the demand is not what I would have expected.
Mr. Doherty, I think if the principals are reaching out personally, they certainly are making good efforts. But I think one of the points that struck me was Ms. Solomon indicating that these are daytime hours. Obviously, I certainly understand that. But if that were a challenge for a family, could we look into making arrangements for an evening or a weekend pickup time?
Absolutely. I can't imagine one of our administrators telling a parent that they would not make arrangements for them to secure a device.
Sure.
We'll make sure, Director Gilmartin will make sure. We have a staff meeting tomorrow, so I'll make sure to address that with our principals.
Maybe that's another way to attract attention. We're able to offer an evening one night next week or something. Maybe that just will make people who think I can't get there take the opportunity.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Yep. May I just say two little quick points. One is that Ms. Solomon has in fact been driving people to and from the schools to collect Chromebooks, which is a contribution I think that she makes to our school district that's quite amazing. She's been reaching out to families without transportation and arranging to take them in to collect Chromebooks. The second thing is that there was an act passed separate to the CARES Act, which is offering $50 a month subsidies for internet and up to $100 for a one-time purchase of a tablet or a computer to anybody who is eligible for the free lunch program. It's coming through the federal Federal Communications people. FCO, I don't know. I forgot. But I will email those details in to Mr. Doherty, because that program will be opening up next week and people can apply and they will get a $50 a month subsidy for their internet, and they will be eligible to get a contribution towards buying a tablet or a computer. And given the demands that we're going to have with the fully synchronous, I think the moment that program goes out, we can perhaps find a way to help people apply for that.
Thank you, Director Hume.
Very last thing, I promised, and then just like very briefly for those watching, because unfortunately parents aren't always able to get onto our meetings and such. Can you just briefly just describe exactly what this means for parents if we do vote to go synchronous, like what that means for their children, and I guess just bare minimum that they're supposed to be on and such during certain times?
So synchronous education, and again, I need to make a point here. We understand, and I have received many emails regarding students at our high schools who have since attained a job and are very concerned that they're going to have to quit their job in order to participate in synchronous education. we are going to be making accommodations for those students. So I want to make sure that this is not going to be a one size fits all, and we understand that. So I do want to know, and again, these are some of the challenges and obstacles that we need to figure out. That's the first thing I wanted to say. What synchronous education will look like is a student's typical schedule. So they will get on in the morning. They will go through their period at the high school. Would be periods 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth. And the teacher would be live with them. And the teacher would be teaching just as if they were sitting in front of their class, but the teacher will be on camera rather than being in front of them. And the student will go through their typical day of what they would do if they walked into Scranton High School and went from periods 1 to 10. And that's what the student would do. And I do need to say, I understand that there's a lot of reservations, but I have nieces and nephews that are doing this. I know of other school districts. Abington has been successful doing this. And I'm not going to listen to, well, we're not them. I understand we're not them, but we can do it. If they could do it, we can do it. So saying we're not them is not good enough. We could be successful doing this. Our students need it. And our students need to be in person. I will say that again. But in the time being, our students need to be engaged more with our teachers. And I believe that this is something we need to move forward with. So to answer your question, Director Fox, a student will go through their schedule throughout the day, Monday through Friday. They'll go through their schedule every period. The teacher will have their lunch. The teacher will have their duty. Their teacher will have their prep if they have a duty. At the middle schools, we don't have a duty. And that's basically what synchronous education is. We are looking at, for questions that we've already asked, if a period in a day is 48 minutes, we're looking at maybe a teacher being live for 30 of those minutes teaching, and then using the remaining 15 minutes to work individually with students. So we are looking at a lot of ideas, but that's a general overview of where we're headed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just for clarification purposes, when a teacher's live, is it just the teacher who's live? The students in the room and such aren't included in this, or?
No, the students would be logged in just as we are right here. It would look like this. If I was looking at my class right now and I was teaching, the students would be on, and the teacher would be in front of them and would be teaching, and would be looking at what looks like the Brady Bunch. When you look at all of the pictures, yes, that's how it would be. Did I answer your question, Director Fox?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, the baby's past his bedtime. Thank you.
I don't think he's the only one. Anyone else on the question? No. Missy, as you're talking here tonight, I can't help but think that although we are all eager to return to the classroom and get students back in front of their teachers in an in-person setting, this is sounding, the more we're talking tonight, a little bit like a way to step into that process. You know, it is getting students acclimated to a schedule and being on time for things, being committed for the full day. And, you know, maybe that's a bit of a silver lining in this situation.
Yes, I think it's our goal. And like I said, we're gonna, for all our community that is listening and for the emails that I've received, we understand that this isn't a one size fits all for everyone. This is the model that we're using. We're choosing to use if the board votes yes to this, and then we know that we need to make accommodations, because we certainly don't. It is in the middle of the third quarter. We are making a change, and we don't want to disrupt, lives that have moved forward right now during this pandemic. And now, somebody is being successful in a job. So we need to figure out how we can accommodate that student, because the last thing we do not want is to lose that student to either a cyber school or for them to drop out. We do not want that. So we're going to have to be flexible.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for saying that, Mrs. McTiernan, because I was just thinking, we're saying that it's going to, in some ways, mimic an in-person classroom experience because they'll be on from the morning until the afternoon, but in an in-person experience, they would be in a three-dimensional environment, whereas now they're going to be in front of a computer for all that time, and there might be eye strain, and there's always studies about children having too much screen time being in front of a computer. So I'm glad you're saying that there'll be accommodations if a student they have to rest their eyes, or they need to get away for a little bit, they need to take a break. So that kind of reassures me a little bit.
Well, and this is where, the teacher matters comes in, because I would never tell an individual teacher how to teach their class. They're professionals. So they are going to be able to understand, and just as, as we all know, we had a lot of issues with our elementary platform, and our teachers were able to, take that and make a better situation out of how we started this year. So again, the teacher matters. They know what they're doing. They can figure it out. They know when a student has sat long enough and when they need to get up and do whatever. So we'll be able to figure out. And like I said, if other districts are able to do this, there's no reason why Scranton can't.
Anybody else on the question? Roll call, please, Mrs. Orr.
Mrs. Welby,
Yes.
Mrs. Yanni,
Yes.
Ms. Cruz,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Ms. Hume,
Yes.
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Mr. McAndrew,
Yes.
Ms. Goodmartin,
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Thank you. We will have a E1, a motion to approve the West Scranton Little League agreement for 5 years commencing on April 15th, 2021 and ending April 14th, 2026 as per the attached. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
On the question?
On the question, I'm sorry. I'm just going to say I'm going to abstain from this vote. My husband is a longtime volunteer with West Scranton Little League, and he's on the board, so I'm going to abstain.
Thank you.
On the question, I looked through the agreement, and it had all the things that I like to see, like indemnification and additional insurance. So that's it looks all right to me.
Wonderful. Thank you. Anybody else? Roll call, please, Mrs. Orr.
Mrs. Yanni,
I'll be abstaining.
thank you. Ms. Cruz,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Ms. Hume,
Yes.
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Mr. McAndrew,
Yes.
Mrs. Welby,
Yes.
Ms. Goodmartin,
Yes.
7 affirmative, 1 abstention, motion passes.
Thank you. E2, we will have a motion to approve parking agreements with Bethel AME and Premier Parking of Pennsylvania for staff at Northeast Intermediate School. Approval is contingent upon staff returning to the building and solicitor review of the agreements. The term of the agreements will be 4 months that staff is in the building and school is in session per the attached. May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
On the question? Roll call, please, Mrs. Orr.
Ms. Cruz,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Ms. Hume,
Yes.
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Mr. McAndrew,
Yes.
Mrs. Welby,
Yes.
Mrs. Yanni,
Yes.
Ms. Goodmartin,
Yes.
8 affirmative.
F1, we have a motion to approve assignments, appointments, retirements, leaves of absence, and resignations as attached. May I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
On the question?
On the question, I'd like to divide the motion. I would like to separate section C of the personnel report, professional appointments, and vote on that separately. May I divide that even further by appointments 1 and 2?
You're certainly entitled to make that motion.
Okay, that's the motion I want to make then, to divide section C, appointments 1 and 2 to be voted on separately from the full personnel report.
I'll second.
On the question? Roll call, please, Mrs. Orr.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Hume?
No.
Mr. Malloy?
No.
Mr. McAndrew?
Yes.
Mrs. Welby?
No.
Mrs. Yanni?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
No.
Ms. Martin?
No.
2 affirmative, 6 negative, motion fails.
On the question of the original motion?
Yeah, on the question, I have 3 questions. First, can we have Superintendent Mctiernan, can you explain to the public why we're not posting these positions and we're just hiring? I know we just posted for a supervisor maintenance. I just want the public to know why, and our employees too, why these 2 positions aren't being posted. So that's my first question. I guess I'll let you answer that one first and I'll go with the next.
Yes, these individuals right now, the individuals that are being recommended for these positions have been working in this capacity during the pandemic. And that has been their interview is, the recommendation that I have is their interview has been the work that they've been doing.
Okay. My next question is the policy for job creation. Are we following that? I know it says, the initial salary or salary range, is determined by the board by the recommendation of the superintendent with supporting documentation. I'm just kind of figuring out where we came up with the salary range for these 2 positions. Because if we look on the personnel report, we have a director of transportation that is retiring, who I believe was making way less than the supervisor of transportation technology we're making. So I'm just kind of wondering what documentation we have to support the salary range.
Sure, the supervisor's position is a position in Act 93. So that you just have to go to the document and look at it. And it's under supervisor first step. The assistant supervisor, as you are aware, that we're working on a Act 93 agreement. So this is a scale that we have come up with that will be implemented into the Act 93 agreement as we're working on it now, which is a meet and discuss. How that salary, the assistant supervisor salary came to be. I'm going to Mr. Laffey, if you just want to generally give an overview of how we came up with that salary for that position.
Certainly. As Superintendent Mctiernan said, we're currently working on incorporating this into the current Act 93 agreement. The basis for that salary was driven from the current supervisor step scale that's already in the Act 93 as compared to a vice principal. We took the difference in those 2 rates and used that as an average to determine what that starting salary should be and what it would grow to over the life of the step movement. So it was finding like a middle ground between 2 existing Act 93 salary schedules as they exist currently in the current agreement.
Okay. And finally, we got, the packet on Friday with the personnel report. And then we finally saw the job descriptions, but we didn't get to see resumes until the weekend because they had to be updated. To me, the job descriptions are very vague for what they need. And it seems like they're very tailored to the resumes. And I'm sorry, I think what we need to be looking at to hire right now is the director of operations. I don't know why we keep putting this on the back burner. We all see what's going on. Biggest issue right now is getting back into school safely, and our buildings are crumbling. And I think that's what we should be, hiring right now. I think that's what we should be posting and interviewing for. But I'm also always going to say everything should be posted. If these individuals, and I think, I've heard they've done a great job and it's nothing personal, but if they're the best individuals, when they interview, the cream will rise to the top and they will be the ones at the end of the day standing. So I will always be in supportive of putting job postings out there and to be fair and transparent. So that's why tonight I'll be voting no, unfortunately, on the whole personnel report.
Understood. And the director of operations is going to be a discussion that is obviously you can see that I'm working in phases here with the needs of the district. So that is something that's going to be coming before the board. Absolutely. And I do need to take note that with the changes that we're making, because we obviously are in financial recovery, everything is within our budget, and actually this move. And again, I'm not going to quote Mr. Laffey, but I believe this move for this year would save us approximately $13,000. Is that correct, Mr. Laffey?
That's correct.
Yes. So these are positions that we're not just, basically this is based on need. We've identified need. The recovery plan, and Dr. Finan has stated numerous times that we have no middle management. So that we're beginning to move forward with that plan. And again, I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I'm just trying to give you the facts of the matter.
I understand. I appreciate it. And I think a conversation I had with Dr. Finan when we were given extra duties out to vice principals and other, individuals in our, in district, I was told even when we go back to school, a lot of these people will be having to do more and doing extra duties. So that's why I was just wondering why we're creating them now. But I understand and I appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
Superintendent Mctiernan, I understand that in actual fact, what we're doing is, I have no idea with the salaries, but I do know that from the way the positions have shuffled around, it is going to save us some money. But it is removing people who already have paid positions in the district. So we're not incurring additional expense by employing new people. We are merely, if you'll pardon the analogy, moving pieces on the chessboard to where they are effective, into positions where they have already been working very effectively without incurring additional expense. We're simply shuffling things around. Am I right?
That is correct.
Yeah. So it's not a matter of hiring new people. It's a question of filling the very necessary work in the transportation area and the technology area, where Mr. Doherty's been doing technology and transportation. I gather with the changes to the TransFinder system, that role has changed as well due to the way the new program has changed the role. Is that correct?
Yes, and I believe we spoke. You brought up a good point, Director Hume, that I did not mention. We've had one director handling 3 departments. And I continue to say that's not sustainable. No. So the one department, Mr. Doherty has been handling operations, secondary education, and technology. So that is not something that we can sustain, nor a district of this size. It's clearly not best practice. So we need to start to again move forward with these roles. And, Director McAndrew, you brought up the director of operations, and yes, that's next to come.
Just to clarify that, we have tried to hire a director of operations. I was on the one search, and I think
Correct.
there was a search to that. It's a failed search because we don't have qualified applicants applying. So it's not that we haven't looked for that position. We have, I think twice, and they both failed both times.
That is correct. Okay. So we'll try again. 3 strikes, we're out, I guess.
Keep trying, I guess, huh?
Yes.
I just want to say thank you for hiring within. I personally believe it's a very good business practice. We have wonderful admin here who we don't want to lose whenever we do see someone gone. I think the community reaction is, why did they go? Why can't we keep them? And, this is how you keep people, is by seeing their strong suits and moving them up and using their skills and their qualities. So thank you for presenting this to us.
Thank you. Director Yanni, I think you have your hand up.
Okay. Along these lines, what I'm struggling with is combining technology and transportation into one title, as I think they're 2 very separate departments. I mean, as we all know, the safe transportation of our students is at the forefront of everyone's minds. So I think our families need to know that we have done all we can to ensure the staff running the transportation department has the skill set and the full knowledge of safety standards, laws, codes, regulations, rules, policies, procedures, all relating to pupil transportation. I don't believe that attending meetings with a transportation expert or learning routing software qualifies someone to be the supervisor of our students' safe transportation. And regarding the assistant supervisor of transportation operations and asset management, I believe this candidate that's slated to be put in this position would be better served. He would serve our students better in our schools. His background and experience are in education. On the same personnel report, we're approving the resignations of Mr. Laser and Ms. Duffy, who are two great principals. So this is a huge loss for our district. I agree that this candidate has stepped up. He's taken on responsibilities of the transportation department, and I'm grateful for that. However, in my opinion, our pupils would be better served by this candidate working in our schools. His background is in education, and that's where his skill set is sorely needed. We're about to consider a motion here to engage a vendor to assist the district with recruiting qualified individuals to our district. So let's use it for these positions. Let's see if we can find a qualified supervisor of transportation that has that skill set to help us with all these problems and these issues that we're trying to address with the public. I think by simply appointing someone into this position without advertising or interviewing is not going to move our district forward. I think we need to learn from past mistakes of assigning too many titles to supervisors and directors when they don't have the qualifications to effectively do the job. I hate to ask this, but both of these candidates for transportation, are saying that they've been involved in everything. You're saying for the past 3 months, they've been involved. So when we asked about that Walker letter that went out, we were told that you weren't aware that it went out, Superintendent Mctiernan. So nobody was aware that it went out, and the people that sent it out, I guess, are gone. So if they've been involved for 3 months, do they know why the letter went out?
Yeah, the letter went out because I don't think it's a matter of why the letter went out. The question that the board wanted to know is why didn't they know about the letter? The letter had to go out.
Well, we were told at a past meeting that it went out in error, that it wasn't supposed to go out and you weren't aware of it going out.
I think the timing was what you were talking about. But as far as them working on walking letters and students receiving letters if they didn't qualify for transportation, that letter, they had been working on that. And again, individuals who had been in those meetings day after day could talk about it more. But the letter had to go out. There were people getting transportation that weren't allowed to. So that letter, I think we're talking, in my opinion, there's two different things. Should the board have known about the letter before it went out? Absolutely. But did that letter have to go out? Absolutely. That letter had to go out to those families. And I think, if we're back on the letter again, we had 3,000 letters that went out and we had 30 some appeals, which tells me that we had a serious problem with transportation. If that's the only appeals that we had, and all of those letters went out to every individual that was in a walk zone. But now I'm on a totally different topic. But as far as the letters go out, yes, they absolutely had to go out. And that issue had to be addressed because we were not following policy. And the two individuals that, again, are on the personnel report tonight are the people that have been, you do understand that transportation now, for the most part, is all technology. It's all in TransFinder. The problem previous to this is we were not using that program. So now I have individuals that are highly trained in technology that are now overseeing a program, because that program is how we build our routes and how we build capacity within our buses and how we maximize buses. So I disagree with you. I'm not trying to change your mind whatsoever. I'm just giving you the facts that transportation is all technology right now, and communication skills, which I believe that the individuals that are before you today have taken over this department, have changed it and transformed it over the past couple months. So again, I think at this point, the decision is your vote, and that's okay. And I'm not trying to I'm just telling you, this is my recommendation. And now you have the power to say yes or no.
Anybody else on the question? Okay. Roll call, please, Mrs. Orr.
Ms. Hume,
Yes.
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Mr. McAndrew,
No.
Mrs. Welby,
Yes.
Mrs. Yanni,
No.
Ms. Cruz,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Ms. Martin,
Yes.
6 affirmative, 2 negative, motion passes.
Thank you. And I do think, as Director Yanni mentioned, we do want to acknowledge the people who are retiring, moving on from our district, and thank them for their service.
Absolutely. Especially the two principals we're losing.
And F2, we will have a motion to approve the frontline education contract as outlined in the attached. There is a one-time fee of $10,700, an annual recurring fee of $29,602.50, and an initial term prorated fee of $5,000 and $5,028.37. Segment 1 is Human Capital Management Recruiting and Hiring Bundle. Start date 4/30/2021, end date 6/30/2021. And Segment 2, Human Capital Management Recruiting and Hiring Bundle. Start date 7/01/21, end date 6/30/2022. May I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
On the question?
Yes, on the question. I'd like to thank Mr. Kenny Riley for the presentation giving at last week's Personnel Committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
On the question, was somebody else going to say something? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I know it's 11:15 and I don't want to be nitpicky, but I remember asking the gentleman if the annual fee wasn't like a gym membership that you might forget to cancel. And he agreed that it was not. But the way that this is written, it does say annual recurring fees. Can we put something? I was thinking about maybe a friendly amendment to say annual recurring fees and then parens, pending board approval, close parens or something like that.
Yes.
So how about if I make that motion as a friendly amendment?
You go right ahead.
I so move.
I'll second that.
Okay. On the question of the friendly amendment?
Does that mean we'd have to vote on it every year?
Yes.
Which I think was the idea anyway, wasn't it?
Right. And I mean, there is a start date in this, there is an end date referenced here in the contract, but I think this is good for the record for the motion.
Okay.
Roll call, and any other on the question?
No.
Roll call, please, Mrs. Orr.
Roll call on the friendly amendment. Mr. McAndrew,
Yes.
Mrs. Welby,
Yes.
Mrs. Yanni,
Yes.
Ms. Cruz,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Ms. Hume,
Yes.
Mr. Malloy,
Yes.
Ms. Martin,
Yes.
affirmative.
Okay. On the question of the original motion.
Again, thank you, Mr. Riley, for the presentation you gave last week.
I just wanted to say that we've been discussing tonight middle management. We've been discussing tonight bringing the district forward. And I think one of the things I'm proudest of in the year and a bit that I've been on this board has been things like the DUDE system and the finally using TransFinder and finally bringing the Scranton School District into the 21st century, taking advantage of the technology and the interrelated world that we have. And one of the things I feel like someone commented early tonight that we were going to spend this money on this contract. It is such value for money because the amount of time that it will free up for Mr. Castrovinci and his department, and the amount of help it will give to people onboarding, and that's a strange word, people joining the district, is so cost effective because it will do the work of people that we cannot afford to hire in middle management yet. And I am so far in favour of this, and I love the way that the district and the new administration is finding ways to implement 21st century practices.
Thank you. I agree, Ro, and I think this achieves the systemization that we keep talking about. John, I just had a couple of questions, some information I noticed in the documentation. There is a 120-day implementation period, and it references that if there is any, it's a different word, but basically customer-based delay, we would incur additional fees. Do you feel as though you are prepared to implement this within 120 days?
Oh, definitely. I spoke with Kenny and we're going to get started immediately. And he knows my timeline is I want this in place for our summer hiring.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
And you feel confident that our staff is either skilled or able to be trained to manage this technology?
Yes, most definitely. Did you hear me?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was thinking thank you, and I was reading my other notes.
We're all getting bleary-eyed. Yes.
Evidently, I can't do two things at once any longer.
And
I
I'm
always
looking
prided
to
myself
be
on
that
that.
rest assured in my department. Yes.
Okay, very good.
Yep.
And we've had a lot of similar things like this, as Ro mentioned, School Dude, and, it hasn't always been a scenario where we've reviewed several different options, but were there other companies considered, other information sought? Why is it that you feel strongly about this platform?
I have personal experience with this platform, and this is the only platform that I'm aware of that encompasses all the different components that eventually it could offer our district.
Okay.
Other programs may, be simple job posting programs. This Frontline does a lot more.
So based on your expertise, this is comprehensive and meets our needs.
Definitely.
Great. Thank you. Tara, you have your hand raised.
And that was my question. Did you look at any other vendors for a program similar to this?
There are no other programs similar to this. I don't know if Mr. Riley would want to speak. He's on the call.
Yeah, no, all I would add is with Frontlines, the recruiting and hiring, it's not just the posting of jobs, but it comes with the proactive recruiting tool. The ability to ask people to apply based off of their credentials and whatnot, and target folks both locally and across the nation. And then with that connected to the hiring and onboarding of folks with those forms, make that process all digital and trackable. It's a full comprehensive package there, really, from start to getting them into the job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else on the question?
I definitely think this is needed. I just hope we use it a lot.
Oh, we will. We have a lot of postings.
We're already 0 for 2, but all right, thanks.
We have a lot of postings.
Roll call, please, Mrs. Orr.
Mrs. Welby?
Yes.
Mrs. Yanni?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Ms. Hume?
Yes.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Mr. McAndrew?
Yes.
Ms. Gilmartin?
Yes.
8 affirmative.
Thank you. I don't believe we have anything under our next 3 sections. Under new business, I do have something I want to raise with Director Cruz's help. We certainly heard lots of comments this evening on the state of our district and the impact words have on our community. And I think if one thing is clear, it's that we can all do better. And I certainly want to take every opportunity that we have for training with this board. We've done as much work as we've been able to fit on the calendar, and I hope we'll get to do more in terms of utilizing the resources of PSBA. And Mr. Audi has been in touch with, has linked me to some individuals who can work in the field of equity and diversity in terms of training for school boards. We have secured a commitment from the SFT to engage in professional training around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they have extended the invitation for our board to be included. Mrs. Mctiernan has committed that she will work that into in-service days when possible, and we really do want to set some plans to keep this conversation top of mind and let most especially our students know that we want to make sure we are addressing issues of concern, understanding one another's perspectives, and really advancing a conversation. And Director Cruz will share some information about an upcoming meeting, the first of many. I will, to segue into your points, Director Cruz, note that on the same evening, March 15th, not to spoiler alert there, on March 15th at 6 p.m., we will convene a meeting of the Recovery Committee. We will be discussing some of the reconfiguration plans, but we will also review the information about Bancroft in Spanish, and we will have a translator available to facilitate some questions. You know, obviously new information has come to light, but we want to make sure that the families who will be impacted by these potential changes have the opportunity to address these questions in a manner in which they are comfortable. So we will have that on that evening. And then Director Cruz, would you share your plans?
Yes. So immediately following that presentation at 7:30 p.m., we will have a panel discussion focusing on diversity training and racial sensitivity courses within the professional development program, as well as effective ways to attract and retain teachers of color to the district. Speakers will include Mrs. Holly Mead, Mr. Phil Odom, and Mr. Robert McLeod. Additional details are forthcoming, but let me just say personally, this was something that, this is the very first conversation I had with Mr. Castrovinci in the spring of 2019, so I'm very excited, and it's something that we've continued to talk about at almost at every conversation we've had, and so I'm happy to see that this is going to be something that comes to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for leading the effort, Director Cruz. And I think we might also note that we are making strides to include student representatives on our board, that there's an application process in the spring, and I hope we will be able to include those students in this conversation and perhaps see what they can take into their communities as well. So, is there anything else for the good of the order this evening?
Director Gilmartin, can we share our response to the situation with Rosemary Boland? I think that there are a lot of speakers that commented that they were curious to know what our position was and what our response was. Can we share that?
Well, we did make a public statement, as you know, and I would yield to Attorney Audi on the other correspondence.
The question is, can you share our correspondence, or can you share the correspondence that we received?
I suppose either.
Yeah, I think at this point, we certainly can share them if you choose to. Everybody has the right to share the correspondence as far as I'm concerned. Can't stop it. So yes, the answer is.
I am not sure that that's a necessary step at this time, but I certainly will yield to my colleagues on that.
I think we're taking so many positive steps forward. I think that what our correspondence was fruitful. It was very productive. We sent a letter to the union asking clarification on certain issues. We received clarification on their position, and they came back agreeing to our request to them to move forward with diversity training, developing a curriculum and all of that. I think it was all incredibly positive, and I feel that we're taking so many positive steps forward at this time. We may risk blowing dust in the eyes of people who could focus on the letter and the response rather than the positive outcomes that came from it, would be my feeling on this. My feeling is that sometimes how you get to a place that's a good place, and I feel that we're in a good place now that we've had productive dialogue. Sometimes if you focus on how you actually got there, you can obscure the fact that I think we're in a good place now. And I think that the commitment from the union and the commitment from the board and the commitment from the administration and the work we're going to be doing with PSBA and moving forward, I think that's really positive, and that's, I think, where I'd like to stay.
Does anyone feel strongly otherwise?
Well, I would say the board made a strong stance, I guess without giving away too many details if we can't, but that we did make a strong, our position was strong. I won't comment on how the union responded, but that we did have a very strong response.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Well, thank you all. Once again, thank you, Mrs. Mctiernan. I know we are leaving you with more work than you began the evening, but that's par for the course. So I thank everybody for another fruitful discussion this evening, and I am excited that we have a path forward here, and thank you all for your hard work. May I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.